jump straight into each other.
I mean, yeah, but just for the record, it seems good that they would have. So this one's you're active court orders writings and videos of person.
Yes, I'm doing that.
The file is on the top of the Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Right, proceed. Good afternoon. Would you please state your current full name for the court reporter?
It's Crystal Sawyer.
Miss Sawyer.
I'll just spell it.
Yeah, would you please spell it for the court reporter?
Do you want the spelling of both my first and last name or just my last name?
Both, please.
First name Crystal. Last name Sawyer.
What is your occupation, Miss Sawyer?
I work for a TV and radio station.
Where do you live?
In Roosevelt County, New Mexico.
And today are you represented by Elizabeth Potts?
Yes, sir.
And is that because you were once associated with Karen Bedonie's campaign for governor?
I was a volunteer for Karen's campaign.
You were also the treasurer for her campaign, is that correct?
Not really in an official capacity, but I guess it was for formality purposes for state regulations, I guess, so to speak.
Tell me why you weren't, tell me why there's a difference between the official use of you as a treasurer and what you actually did.
Number one, I never signed a contract. Number two, I never received any compensation or pay. Number three, all I did was file her report. She kept track of all of her invoices, accounting, and things of that nature. I have none of that documentation.
I'm gonna go to exhibit. Exhibit 1. Page 1. You pull that up on the screen, okay? All right. Sawyer, you see what's been put up on the screen?
I'm trying to blow it up so I can see it's really small. Okay.
Is that your name? The treasurer information on Bedonie's candidate registration.
It is.
So at least as of January 31st, 2022, Karen Bedonie's campaign.
Is that, I'm sorry, can you repeat? Was that a question?
I'm sorry, just getting some feedback here. Can we?
I don't know what that's coming from.
Sarah, can you hear us?
Yes.
Who it's from?
It's coming, it's putting that. Right,
Okay.
so hopefully we work through this technical difficulty. Were you Karen Bedonie's treasurer as of January 31st, 2022?
I was a volunteer for her campaign as of January 2022.
I think your testimony that you were not her treasurer?
I did some things that the treasurer would do, but like I said, I never signed a contract where I was her official treasurer and I never received any pay for it.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition in February of 2024?
Yes,
And at that deposition, you shared what you could about the billboard advertisements we've been discussing today. Is that correct?
can you repeat the question again? It's a little bit garbled.
At your deposition, did you share all the information you knew about the billboard advertisements purchased by Steve Ness?
Yes, I answered all the questions in the February deposition.
And how is your memory today as compared to February?
Well, it's okay, I guess. I've been through a lot personally this year, but I mean, I'm trying.
All right, you testified at your February deposition that you don't remember what happened to you like 6 months ago. Is that still the case?
Yes, I've been through a lot of trauma this past year. I was in a bad domestic violence situation. So, and I've had to like seek counseling and stuff for that. So,
And how is your memory? Well, do you remember giving a deposition in September of 2022?
I don't remember what month it was. I remember it was in the fall, close to fall time, I believe. At that time, whenever it was, my ex-husband was still, I mean, that was when things started getting really violent, and he was actually present at that time when I believe y'all were trying to question me, and he was like throwing things and being really violent, and I was under a lot of stress at that moment. I don't remember much about that one at all.
All right, what do you remember about your work with the Karen Bedonie campaign?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, it got really quiet.
What do you remember about your work with the Karen Bedonie campaign?
The reason why I volunteered for Karen's, because she was, I believe, the best candidate to give the agriculture industry in rural New Mexico a voice that we haven't had in a very long time. I was not with her all the time. I was only with her a few times, like, you know, in our area in southeastern New Mexico. I mainly volunteered and helped, you know, with things of that nature. What else do I need? I mean, are you looking for specifics?
Not yet. I'm asking generally what you remember from your time.
I remember that's why I helped her do, I attended a few events with her. I mean, I did, you know, volunteer stuff, but I mean, I wasn't, like I said, we live on opposite sides of the state, so it wasn't feasible for me to be with her all the time. So I just did what I could, when I had time to do it.
Let me ask you about the email address that's on Exhibit 1, Karen Bedonie.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Whose email address is that?
Excuse me?
Whose email address is that?
It says Karen Bedonie nm@gmail.com.
Yeah, whose email address is that?
That was Karen's, the campaigns.
Let's go to billboards. Did you provide graphics for a billboard advertisement on Interstate 40, Sun Vista Outdoor Advertising, on behalf of the Karen Bedonie campaign?
Can you repeat the full question? I didn't hear the end of it. I'm so sorry.
Did you provide the graphic that was used for a billboard advertisement alongside Interstate 40, supporting Karen Bedonie for New Mexico, to the billboard owner, Sun Vista Outdoor Advertising?
I don't know who that, I don't remember the name or sending anybody by that name anything. I mean, my personal email, at that time I was helping my husband, my ex-husband did signage for like convenience stores and stuff. I was helping with him. I literally got hundreds of emails incoming and outgoing a day. I mean, I don't remember anybody by that name. I'm sorry.
So you don't, do you, sitting here today, do you remember whether you provided the graphic that was used on a billboard on Interstate 40 to the billboard zone?
No, sir. I don't remember providing a graphic. I know Karen put some of them up on like her website and stuff for people to use for private property signs. And I believe there was a lot. I mean, I don't know but lots of people were wanting like private property signs. Sometimes they called them banners, billboards, poster boards. I mean, but I didn't have any way of knowing that it actually came to fruition. I mean, I don't remember any company by that name.
Let's go to Exhibit 7. Now we'll to page number 125. So,
See that?
scroll down.
Uh,
Zoom forward. Ms. Mavis, do you remember sending Canva.com link to Steve Ness containing banners?
No, I mean, on here it looks like I sent him a message, but I don't remember this particular message. No, it's been too long. I've been through too much, and actually, my old phone got busted. So by my ex-husband. So I don't remember this particular instance. No, sir, I do not.
Do you know why you mentioned putting y'all's disclaimer at the bottom, Mr. Ness?
No, I do not. I'm so sorry. I really don't. I don't know what that's referring to.
Do you know today whether do you know today whether Karen Bedonie was the one who provided the graphics that were used for the billboards, Sunvista outdoor advertising?
What did you, I'm so sorry. What did you say on that last part? It cut out.
Do you know today, sitting here today, do you know whether Karen Bedonie was the one who provided the billboard advertisements, billboard graphics to Sunvista outdoor advertising?
I had nothing. As for the design of the graphics, is that what you're asking?
Well,
design.
do you know whether Karen Bedonie sent the graphics to Sunvista?
I don't know that answer. No, I don't.
Do you know whether Karen Bedonie was involved in the design of these graphics?
It was my understanding most of the design, to the best of my knowledge and my memory, which is not very good, her daughters they designed most of the graphics, like for the web page and stuff. Now, I don't know if this particular graphic, I don't know if it was outsourced or anything. I don't have any of that information.
Do you know who provided you with these graphics that you're sending to Mr. Ness starting on?
These were put up on her Facebook and her web page, so they were in public domain use.
Is it your testimony that Karen Bedonie posted these on her Facebook?
Her daughters also had access to her Facebook, so I'm not gonna sit here and say for sure I knew exactly who posted it, but her and her daughters have access to her Facebook.
How do you know that the daughters had access to Facebook?
Because they did the graphics and stuff. They monitored her Facebook, is what my understanding was.
You know what the phrase private person of New Mexico means?
Excuse me, can you repeat that again? I'm so sorry. It's not.
Do you know what the phrase private persons of New Mexico means?
No, sir, I do not.
That's things. Once.
This Davis, when, I'm sorry. Okay, so, during the time that you were volunteering for Karen Bedonie on her campaign, was this request from Mr. Ness an isolated incident, or were you getting multiple requests every day for graphics?
Yes, ma'am. To the best of my knowledge and my memory, I was getting a lot of messages, both for private property signs, banners, anything, caps, bumper stickers, anything of that nature. Plus I had that going on, as well as my ex-husband's. I was helping him with his business at that time, and I was getting a lot of that information in as well to help him.
Okay, so you don't specifically remember sent this text message where you gave the
No, ma'am, because I literally that was, I got in a lot of messages per day, both with my ex-husband's business and this. I am not going to sit here and say I remember exactly this incident, and that's already been 2-3 years ago. So, and I don't even have the same phone. My ex-husband smashed my laptop and my phone. So.
Okay, well, in this text, when you said if y'all want to use for billboard, when you put y'all's disclaimer above, then it says, never mind, we got it on there. Do you know what that means?
See, tell us what.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the page 125, exhibit 7.
Can you repeat hear what you said at the end?
Okay, do you have specific recollection of what you meant when, like, you said, let me know if y'all want to use for a billboard, and we can put y'all's disclaimer on the bottom. And then it says, never mind, we got it on there. Does that ring any bells with you? Do you know what that meant? When you
No, ma'am.
said-
I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay. And now, if you ask someone if they want, but during the time you were volunteer for the campaign, if you asked in the past tense, someone for their disclaimer, did that mean that the Bedonie campaign was sponsoring that?
To the best of my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Okay, and if Mr. Ness had come to you saying, we're working in cooperation with Ms. Bedonie on this, would you have then placed the Bedonie disclaimer?
Karen had the final say in everything. She authorized everything. I really was in no official capacity to authorize things with graphics and things of that nature.
Okay, but that wasn't my question. My question is, if someone had told you that they were working with the Bedonie campaign and this is going to be a Bedonie campaign billboard, would you have put all persons of New Mexico, or would you have put paid for by the Bedonie campaign?
Okay, that makes more sense. If they were, if they were working with Karen and, it was a professional collaboration, then it would have been Karen Bedonie for New Mexico. I don't know who Private Persons for New Mexico is. I don't even know where that came from.
Mm-hmm. So you don't know who, if this is a group, you don't know who's in it?
I have no ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. I believe Mr. Boyd was asking about, or you answered that the images were on her Facebook and her webpage. Where were the images primarily placed, if you know?
To the best of my memory, that's not very good. It was, they were both on her, as far as I can recollect, they were on her Facebook and her webpage.
Okay, but were there different ones on the webpage and on the Facebook?
There were many different graphics and pictures and stuff, I believe, that they put up for the public to use.
Okay, and when we were talking with Mr. Ness, I believe it was in the text messages, you talking to Mr. Ness about a billboard of I-25. Who did you or the Bedonie within the Bedonie campaign tell Mr. Ness where you wanted the billboards, or did he tell you this is what we have available?
I did not make a suggestion for any, because as far as I knew, Mr. Ness, what little I knew about him, they farmed, and they had lots of, as my understanding, they had like frontage property with some of their farmland, and I don't know the locations of it. That would have had to have been him to choose the location.
Okay.
I don't know where all their farmland's located. I don't live up there.
Okay, and The designs that were on Canva, was that just an array of different pictures of Karen?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you responsible for picking the design of that billboard? Or, yes, go ahead first on that.
What? Okay, can you repeat the question again?
Did you have anything to do with the design of the picture, or did he just choose a picture that he wanted?
No, ma'am. I had nothing to do with the design.
Okay, so when Mr. Ness had a photograph there, of the design that he wanted, did there come a time when they were talking about it, resizing it? If you recall?
No, not that I can recall. I don't remember anything like that.
Okay, and on the, on the campaign exhibit, where it was, the information for the candidate and treasurer, isn't the address your address, or was your address at the time to contact?
That's not my personal address. No.
Well, but it was an address that you provided Karen?
On that, it was set up because it was set up here just in the case of the fact because their mail is so bad on the Navajo Nation. As far as I can remember, that was just like a backup in case stuff did not get to her in a timely manner, if you can understand that.
Yes, thanks. And did you ever approve these billboards? Like, did you have any say in approving them?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, did you or anybody else in the Bedonie campaign pay for those billboards?
No, ma'am. To the best of my knowledge, no, ma'am.
I believe that's all I have.
Read her.
Just short. Ms. Sawyer, did I hear you right? Did you say on Ross that you never suggested where Mr. Ness should place the billboards he was made? Is that your testimony?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't remember ever telling him that. No, sir.
Well, I'm asking you, is it your testimony that you didn't suggest it to him, or is it your testimony that you don't remember suggesting it to him?
It's my testimony. To the best of my knowledge, I do not remember ever having that conversation with him.
So it's your testimony today that you don't remember whether
I do not. Like I told Miss Hunts, I knew that all I know about him is that they farmed. They may had farmland on highway frontage. I mean, where all that's located, I have no idea. I don't live up there.
Okay, so it's your testimony today that you don't remember giving any suggestion to Mr. Ness about where to put the billboard.
No, sir, I don't remember those particular conversations. I do not. I'm so sorry.
Let me ask you about I heard you testify on cross that you didn't have any role in the design of the images that were used for these billboards or the images that were posted on Karen Bedonie's website and social media. Is that correct?
I did not have anything to do with the design of the graphic design. No, sir.
So did you have any role in what disclaimer, if any, to put in those images?
No, sir.
That would have been done by Karen or someone else associated with their campaign. Is that correct?
I don't know. Like I said, I can't tell you specifically who it was done by. I mean, I don't know if it was outsourced. I don't know. I don't have any of that information.
I don't know.
All right. All right, sorry, thank you very much. You can excuse yourself from the, hearing my clicking, with the, Zoom meeting and be done. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, I call Karen Bedonie. Could you please stand up and raise your right hand? That's all in the court order.
You swear or affirm the testimony you give today that the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Bedonie, were you a candidate for the governor's election in 2022?
Yeah.
Did you begin your candidacy against the Republican Party nomination? Did you then somewhat switch to be the Libertarian Party nominee for that office? Yes. Going to Exhibit 1 is in the finding of you. I want to ask you. This your candidate registration statement, in which you declared that you were the Libertarian Party nominee. Yes. And on the middle of that registration, it lists your campaign email account, Karen Bedonie, and gmail.com. You see that? Yes. Were you the only person that had access to that email account? No. Who else had access? My daughter was it. Please speak. I'm trying to speak a little bit for.
Okay, the email address, was other people that had access to it, and my daughters. They then, had a second for me, you get a message then, so we were, other people that had.
So your testimony today is that, other people signed you that.
Yes,
You remember giving a deposition in September 29th, 2022?
yes,
And at that deposition, you swore oath to tell the truth.
yes.
You are a manager. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to approach and ask you to please read. All right. I asked you,
This page,
page 10. Let's do page 10, lines 15. Well, line 19, and then in the middle says candidate committee mailing event. For that heading, a little further down the line, it says the candidate will be turned over to the next step. That means your answer is yes. And I said, all right, and then below that it says candidate committee email at gmail.com. Is that your email address? And what did you say in response to that question?
Yes,
When I asked you that, does anyone else have access to that email? What was your response?
no,
I'm gonna move on. You're trying to have a chance to.
It was just for the record, that was for the deposition of what,
This is from your September 29th, 2022 deposition.
that would be the first deposition.
How much money did you raise, the direct contribution to the people? Or it's like, you want, was it more than $50,000?
It's been 2 years and I'm running. Three different amounts.
So you don't remember how much?
No.
It would reviewing your reports of contributions of you. Let me ask you to go to exhibit, exhibit 20. You did it 31. You had to jump into the amount. Don't look at document base number 495. You see, is this the first report of contributions you filed with Kansas City Office of Government from the election? And that's because you report an opening balance of $0. Then how much contributions did you receive over the reporting slip? Let's go to exhibit 27. Yeah, and is this the next report about the primary report? Uh, 3 sentences. And how much money did you raise over that for this? So to go further, but I think for purposes of editing, stop, it's clear that you raised direct monetary contributions around at least $7,000. Yes. Direct your attention to exhibit. Specifically want to go to the page beginning, page number 29. Let me ask you, are these, pictures you posted on your social media?
Yes.
And you see at the bottom of those pictures, they say paid for by private persons in New Mexico.
Yes.
came up.
And we pull these ones off of the boxes, the new flash slides and be through. From our knowledge, it's new based. We were very excited about it, because that was what we said about. All the flash. In the back of the thing, right here, what we were saying, we have it, now we need it. You know. We heard in that generation of that. And balance and making those amounts. Additionally, in the speeches, I encourage people to support the economy of student and others. Getting back there. It's important to me. The colors inside this whole thing that was created is that not, but of course, it was that. In fact, they used it in more than very serious. So having really the box on the modification. And we posted these a global step in the process. Spot the resolution. And when I shared that,
So your testimony that you, neither you nor anyone working with your campaign created these ads.
no,
That includes the image that's on page 37. One, work freedom, page 30, yeah, it's on the side of it.
yes,
So you did not create them.
no, and for all of the photographs of me were taken off of my photos. The photograph of me in this specific picture when I was at Starbucks. I was in a Republican. Pretty amazed how they're able to use Starbucks was being back.
All right, let's flip back to the page that's set based on 15 standard. This is a picture of a billboard alongside that board. I want to ask you whether you or anyone associated with your campaign created the image that was used for this billboard.
No.
When did you first find out that Steve has the billboard?
After his contact with William Gallardo, the songs. That's when we bonds. He goes to bonds and his book.
You know when that was?
No. It was. Supposed to be very, very fast and complicated.
Let's go to. I think this is. Five, location. Page 78. I think it's right along. Exhibit 5. Set of written interrogatory answers to the exams. This is exhibit 5, set of interrogatories, whose answer to submitted to the commission.
Yes, please.
You go turn to page 2, yeah, there's a verification, and that you see what's on the verification.
Yes.
Going back to page 78. First interrogatory asked about that, how the case is over, and I should say it. You state there that on September 7th, 2019, my company received information that you see the that's with the support of the non-member of the board and said he was responsible for the billboard. So that we, that was September 7th, 2022, when you found out that Mr. Massick was the billboard. What happened on September 7th, 2022, in Washington, 5 hours.
I'm not sure.
Who told you that Mr. Massick was the billboard?
Yeah, phone call from the radio. A lot of it.
Did you or any working with your campaign ever suggest that sort of Stephen Mass that once for their campaign?
Yeah.
Did you or anyone believe in the campaign cooperating with Mr. Mass in his efforts to create billboards for you or anyone who your campaign consults Mr. Mass in the process of assembling the billboards?
No.
Did you or anyone with your campaign work in concert with Mr. Mass to make billboards happen?
No.
Crystal Mavis, now I'm Crystal Sawyer, is what was your campaign strategy?
Yes.
Go to seven. Seven. There.
Yes.
Right, so when Crystal Mavis is your campaign treasurer, it says it must be nice. Needs to be used for banners, let me know if y'all want to use for billboard, and you don't say anything about it. She's not, in your view, in any way suggesting we're working with us to send a billboard.
No. No.
Page 1, let's go to page 131. When Crystal provides a link to a design on Canva.com, it says, if you take the printer, you'll have to read this like the testimony that she's not cooperating with the consultant.
No. We're not in the ordinance.
And when on page 142, Crystal says, "Hi Stephen, how are things going with the billboard process? And Karen and Marie got them graphically needed." That's not true, right? Because your testimony today is that you didn't provide a graphic to the billboard. So Crystal Mavis is not done.
Not in context of the fine, but I can explain.
on page 145, where Mr. Ness sent a message to Crystal Mavis on June 14th saying, I have another guy that wants to pay for another bill. Do you have an idea of where it should go? And Ms. Mavis responded, anywhere on I-40, 125, and Hubble, Central area, or on the Southwest cruises. Would be great. Your testimony means that she's not consulting with or suggesting the road. Mr. Ness making some things.
No, I think that she will at least use the mess and this is a life farm. If he has furnished property all over, we didn't really understand how big this business was, and then we also helped family. Property and what she was asking for the outfit. Wanted to press on another property. Because what the problem was is that the public sector creates rules and such. We should just try to help. Because during that time, the screens from the public were reading signs. Where's your signs? We want help with this. And we didn't have funds to decorate all of the next the entire state. And so we would all understand that we wanted to turn around down where that's fine. Just to so we show the report or support because like Anthony's speech I inspired people. I've asked them to show your support the best way you can have. And they came not in forms, lots, only having to be lots, then we follow. More than the next has. Now, show your support. And this is all done for understanding of the freedom to express themselves. And this is what Crystal was really excited about, coming out. When the media, the only one was saying what a poor Canada was, how getting something, how it couldn't inspire. The fact that it was happening, that it was happening so fast, so big, we were trying to keep up with it. And what she was doing was just connecting people, like-minded people to speak together, and it created conversation that actually sparked social media and brain. And to be in the middle of it is very daunting and also very fast.
And people were often sending the images of signs.
They would post themselves publicly and they would tag them, they would essentially send them their opinion. And I was really amazed by the process. People are getting these sites. And drawing murals as people it's people were mostly even doing that in the colors.
Let's go back to the page 79. Direct your attention to your answer to Article 4. You say at the beginning that the billboard, you say, well, I don't know who created the billboard. People just started sending you photos of them. And then you identify some of the people who sent you photos. And what you identify Stephen as this one of the individuals who sent you billboard.
I don't remember, but I do remember a radio that some daughters making fun of it for see what it was not just a Photoshop. These people were sending them or posting Photoshop billboard that didn't exist, which I thought was interesting as well. But he put his daughter in photographs. I could understand it. It's really happy. But that first girl was no. And that's the only one I can recollect. This one.
You also mentioned Shirley Renegade. But the big someone else is going to do it.
Yes. She was in the points from
Let's go. Did you ever produce any communications with student masters?
I don't.
Did you ever produce any text messages that student masters that? Go to. Exhibit 3, or not exhibit 3. Exhibit 2. It's a 2. C. You were sent a request to produce, in request number 1, all written communications, including text messages. Being you in person or persons who paid for the bill rate of what was your response to that?
There were none because I didn't think people were over.
And then in request number 2, you were asked to produce all written communications from you and Sundays to outdoor advertising LLC or data available. What was your response to that?
There were none who had no part connections to this.
Did you in fact have communications with Sunday Star data available?
After the fact, is when this whole thing came up, depositions was done. The name Galen came up and we looked search for them. Heard them, and then the attachments to that, first condition where. Because we didn't know who these people were. And we were doing so many different companies for the community with, yard signs, banners, publishers, on the fly, as well as things that we had. But then our local businesses like for us, because we didn't have the huge shipping facilities to receive for all the yard signs we wanted to ship. Location and reservation, they would ship, to destination as such. So I had to, really figure out. Gayla, her name didn't ring a bell, but so many different for both. You know, so many requests for, the markets and buying on that. We were trying to help. We allow people to express themselves. So this, part of it, here, was true, because I didn't know how to do it, at this time and point, I didn't know these people were. But the ethics was going on there, I couldn't help me. At that time, I didn't know what was going on then.
Let's go to. Exhibit 19. Exhibit 19. This is subpoena for documents that served on the lawyer. And trying to base 226. Well, let's see, let's just, before we get there, I want to be. Date of the subpoena is November 1st, 2022. That's on 52. Running to page 26. You see that this is being asked manually to produce all communications you have with Stephen S. Farms in January 1st, 2022, so the date of your response. You see that the subpoena commanded you to produce all communications from you and Stephen S. Farms in January 1st, 2022, so the date of your response to the subpoena.
Yes.
Same thing for communications between you and some of the outdoor.
Right, again, the timeline, we didn't know what we were looking for. We didn't disclose exactly, I didn't know who these people were. So we didn't know where to look. And not until we started going through this whole process, that we started to understand what we're doing, what we're going after. Because the original documentation that one might have sent in was a random, just a random smorgasbord of stuff. And a lot of it was not correct, and it was taken out of context. And the first deposition was really messy. We didn't know where we were coming from. Some of the questions we were really using. It was either going to condemn me if I said yes, and condemn me again if I said no. It was really interesting. And so when we went through this process, and I started to create a relationship with my attorney, and she started to show me when we started to put it together. Because this is a long time ago, and so we look back in, and this is the one email that we found, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is what we've worked on. So now I'm asking you the question now, so I understand, so I can listen to the correct context.
Let me direct you to exhibit 36. This is an email that your attorney wrote to me on November 15th, 2022. See that?
Okay.
Page number 670. You see there at the bottom of this. Towards the bottom of the second paragraph. Your attorney writes, she has no record, she, the phone was messed up. She had her deposition, she ever got a copy, 2001 phone, that's probably one that she sold up in the stage. Stephen Garrett shut up and said, no, didn't. Says she never talked to Mr. Wilson, maybe it's not well, and she doesn't. She made it together, she had nothing to do with the one investment. No, I don't need full.
Slow down a little bit here, please.
I apologize, I'm reading
Right.
that.
Yes, always.
Let me ask you to read that, this, Bedonie. What did your attorney, right, you can, why don't you read the whole second paragraph? That midnight have spoken to these notice.
I have spoken with Ms. Davis and Ms. Bedonie, they're happy to search, and neither one have having need to reduce the response to emails. Ms. Davis indicated to me that she deletes emails immediately after reading them, and then how she was, that was how she was talking to me of the business she worked at. I told her that her political campaign much save everything, but in hindsight, it's 2020, so the one has indicated she can find nothing responsive to your email. She says she eventually Gmail automates emails, also told me that she should have an email account that doesn't do that. She and Ms. Davis tonight having spoken to Mr. Ness about the over Mr. Bedonie, has no phone call, record regarding responsive to your email. She has no record of speaking on the comments about anything she would add to her deposition with her. If we ever get a copy that she doesn't remember going to the Ness Farms wants, and she was still a Republican speech. disputing direction that it's what they are in. She said she never talked to students except for maybe saying hello. She doesn't specifically remember. She indicates again that she had nothing to do with the work that's further other than being focused.
Is there anything, I'm stopping there, is there anything today that you think is incorrect? She is right.
No. At that time, we were looking for it again, so they would grant design, we had no idea they were. And we didn't really understand what sun still was. And so we went through the whole thing, I found it, and that was one email, and the response also said that we other emails that lead up to it, that give us more information, that actually show what was happening. And it's just a random email, and what we did is not the person that was asking us, because we were doing that on a larger scale across New Mexico, because people were asking for photograph or a picture of having this and that. And it was okay with me, and I didn't see a problem with it. But in order to say that we were part of this old billboard conspiracy, that is not true. And so what we say here is exactly the truth. We didn't know what we were looking for.
Right, you see that, what does the paragraph below in this one say?
Additionally, there was no communication with Mr. Rego or students outdoors to the board about. Gala award winner, Gala plan design, gmail.com. So they're going to provide that. There was one page that the presentation wants to know what that is about.
And below that, it's the next paragraph, who's the next series?
There are no communication related to the local presence of what we do.
Going on to 23, stay on pages. We'll make something for stipulation. First one. It's AOA, which is page number 250. Toward the top of that page, are you ready to silver people pay for a billboard? See that? What was your response to that?
I have no idea. I haven't seen it before.
Running down the page, the text message was sent at 2 p.m. to 1 p.m. I'm going to your turn positive.
On something to say page. It's what I was talking about.
201 20.
But you didn't have anything to do with it. You talked about it.
What was your response?
No.
And what did you say was?
I hear there's another one in support. Which is not true, because, you know, coming back out of this somewhere further north. Yeah, this is all hearsay coming with.
Let's go, let's skip all to. Same exhibit. Page 1, which is page number 262. You see there in the middle of the page. Text message dated July 30, 2022, 346. Linking send you more than that.
So again,
What was the text message you sent to your lawyer on July 3rd to reports? On page 2, simple 2,
Okay, next time again.
346.
He said I want to share it so bad.
And what was your current saying response?
They just there,
What was it you were on?
I have no idea because I can't see what's happening.
Let's go to page A, almost 6, which is case number 260.
Is anything?
Exhibit 23, 268. I'm asked you to read a text message we sent your attorney on August 8th, 2022 at 7:17.
I thought I needed to throw this phone on.
You for your comment?
No, and the reason I was referring to that is because sometimes I swipe text and I turn it in the phone will. Call speak English on, want to change your words. And you have to go back and return them. The autocorrect is going to, although it's fighting that, she knows that. And so I always say that you probably do.
So you didn't throw the phone.
No,
Let's go to exhibit 37, which is a video. It hasn't been admitted yet. I play at the room. Explaining about it.
I recall.
You just might not be able to hear it from this. Oh, no. Okay, I believe I'm ready. One second. Hannah.
You know what this video is?
yes,
What was it?
it's an ad. For. Happy
And he created a video.
on my 14-year-old.
And Jane, can you pull the video up again? And good 15 seconds. Pause it on the ad there. That's there it was. 13. Pause it there. All right. Did your daughter also create this image?
I think it's pieced together because she probably did it on her phone app. She can use different things and piece them together. So the Bedonie.yeah podcast is actually one of our, those, we're running it on YouTube channel. And then the sticker up on top is also, part of it. We had, we had, when we saw that on the stickers. And, I guess you put it together on your phone, and it's really simple, because you look at the fonts are very specific, generic. To TikTok, also, Facebook, trying to use the fonts. It's not too hard to use.
I don't know if Jane can get rid of the scroll bar at the bottom, but you see at the bottom, it's that ad, it says, paid for by Karen. Mexico.
I can see that.
I'm not sure how to get this scroll bar out.
Scroll bar, or by clicking on the screen. I could approach and play a video. So. But I think there's
So maybe there's not some stipulated.
Sorry, I'm trying to open it with a different, there you go. Sorry, you can't see the screen.
Well, this has been stipulated authentic, and it's a video that's posted on.
Here you go, Walker.
There you go. Feel free to approach the screen if you want to get closer.
Absolutely. Is
Mr. Bedonie, can you see that?
Yes,
Does that say paid by Karen Bedonie for New Mexico Plot?
yes, because that's the one we knew about when people are. Yeah, so we think that we produced from our campaign, aggregate by.
So, and so is that posted on? Will contains an ad which says paid by Karen Bedonie for New Mexico, and you put that in there because this was your campaign.
I think, I'll tell you that thing, but anything that we produce that had.
I mean, so you go to second proposition. Is the one dated February 5th. Remember giving that and comparing that to how it's not a lot. Might ask to go the use. Don't be wrong. Starting on page 7, top. I'm discussing with you.
Listen, I'm here,
The B behind B. See, my question there at the top of page 7, I asked you about settlement offer, next sentence to you on September 26th, 2023. And then I asked you why you rejected this offer. So that, the long answer, but directors, I should say, lines 21 to 24, where you say, that felt like a threat. The way it was written is very unethical. As well, what I stand for, not signed on the agreement with everyone's way out. Is it still your feeling that settling this case would have just been an easy way out, testing those hearings?
Could you read your offer, read the last part of it?
Yeah, you can read. Right. It's on, we read it aloud, beginning of line. 15.
No, you're off.
Well, it's so wrong counties and
Okay, because that's what I was looking for, like, at first.
you need to see the selling offer again in order to.
Yes,
Kids and
yeah. It makes sense.
do you remember we had some proceedings in front of Judge Hunter in Roswell?
Do
you remember
I'm
them?
still working on the.
No, we're going with that. Master League.
Oh, what I would like to explain this. Got it.
Well, I think your attorney can give you an opportunity to do that.
Oh.
I'm gonna ask you to, do you remember, some proceedings regarding in front of Judge Hunter? Roswell?
Possibly. Not in the question.
Do you remember Judge Hunter ordering the pay of $2,500?
Yes, and I believe that was because my attorney, this was not her attorney, expertise, and we were not clear on the process of how we would, how that's even happen. This, trying to make contact, their office, and get, answering she wanted. So she was still trying to get it together, and he was upset because, she wasn't, I guess, ready and prepared how to work. But I also shared that this whole process of it's very different than the branch community practices. And that's what I believe we have to step it out. Fine, we want this to get on. But we had to, she was asking for clarification in the base memory system. She wasn't completely clear on what the process was in this capacity. And so we were still basically working through the process and the contract didn't give us that, I guess, clarification. We find this for that.
So did you pay that one?
It's,
I'm gonna pass it.
All right, all right.
Mr. Neil was talking about the position and one of the ones we said wanted to explain that. Did you?
yeah, we're gonna go back to the.
Yes, the position on page 10.
Yeah.
The position of Kevin,
Which one are you saying?
well, it's page 10, so I'm assuming that's.
First.
Yeah, see there. Oh, okay, it's the first one.
What was this question?
It's like, Martin Fulton, maybe,
This is in regards to the, access. During the deposition, the first time, we had no idea what we were accounting for it. So when I was thinking about this, his line of questioning, I was thinking of asking a professional, like a office. And there was a secretary, or a treasurer, there was an manager. Because we didn't run a regular like the rest of the municipal had. We didn't have a team of people, we didn't have marketing teams, we didn't have anything like that. It was just us, very small. And it was only my daughters that were, and they had access to it. I didn't feel that was special capacity of the way these questions. So I felt that when I answered it this way, no, it was pretty secure. It was just us, and I didn't loan out an email address to, outside entity to answer emails for me. So there was no one involved outside, and that's what my impression was, no one outside. So that's what my impression was, and so that's where I wasn't contradicting myself, and I wasn't lying, but I'm also understanding that this is the process of it. When we first started, this is how we were in the line here. So we started to put these into the order that came out, then it starts to control these things. Thousands. I couldn't go grocery shopping anymore. I couldn't, buy gas. I was at Love's, right outside of, Perry. And shut down the whole gas station. All the workers there were all the other supporters, taking cash and walking. It was crazy because many people didn't want to believe it. They thought that I was in the work, of course I wasn't in the work, but we did. My phone was put on silent, and some days I would just felt the robots with it. It's mad and trying to drive. Some of these text messages that are flying in, I gave a directive, read it to me. They don't know who it's coming from. They'll just read it to me, it's coming in, and I say yes, no, look for the replies. Because you're trying to also keep your supporters interested. You don't want to just ignore them and blow them off and blow this back in. But the foundation that we ran on is stay grateful, be appreciative, be thankful, and be kind. So when these billboards blew up, and people were coming at me, like, this is happening, all this is not working, before pulling us in all different directions. So even with Ness sending me, I didn't even know that was Ness because his name not even on the phone, which numbers popping all over. There's no way you can put these contacts in and spend all the time in the world trying to label your entire phone when that was impossible to do. So we were in contact with so many people and bring that
Do you want that Mr. Ness, do you when you came about his office, so he's informed the $20 about him, so he's indicating his deposition to, when we were met and talked to him, what did you all talk about?
When I first came into contact with him, I was farm, I wasn't driving. I then had taken on the supposed Republican, possibly even background. And he had set this up, so he's knew Ness, I didn't know who the man was. I used that shotgun in again, I was working, they're constantly working. Looked up, sometimes don't even know what town we're in. And we're at the farm, I'm like, okay, where are we at? And then, so introduced, so I ran a chapter. Well, of course, you're pleasant and you're nice, and listen, just before you meet people, this is something you don't want to say, but you don't know who you meet. That's where Crystal comes in. She's like, this guy, you Sing, John, and then you go for it. You're like, hi, John, and then you have to put on your candidate thing. So with Stephen Ness, that was him. I didn't know who I was. When we got there, they left early, and then he called me back. So when they call you back, it's potential for a donation, a very big, significant donation, especially for big business people. So my daughter went back. He was kind of he was mean to me. He told me that I would never vote for a woman. Never. I want a man to win. He was a misogynist. And it took me hours. He wanted to go toe to toe with how smart is she? She's an American, she's intelligent, that she knows her stuff. So he actually, the conversation that went down the line was real hardcore conspiracy theory. Everything from the government to the mess to nationalism to sovereignty to the Republic of Texas, had books and books and stuff. And I understood where he was going and he wanted my opinion. Am I going to call him a crackpot? I'm like, that was what he was asking me. Do you think I'm crazy or do you really truly believe in freedom? So he was testing me and testing the waters. So our conversations were never about billboards, they're always about what do you think about this, Karen? You know, it was about water sources, desalinization, the parliament, and you can name it, we would wade deep to crack pot city on the right side. And I had researched these things and I formulated my own opinions in accordance with my navigable cultures. So our conversations were about that. And it took me an hour, hour and a half, and when he talked about history on Kennedy, right over his head. And he was like, he's ready for it, not being open to student. And so I didn't have any choice. It was hard work, because I really talked to him. But if you had to take me to talk to him again in another location, it's hard for me to, identify. Because people say, oh, all those Navajo, they all look the same. No one say the same thing. You know, if I walked with Mr. Walker, we've been at this for 2 years, and I ran into him at Walmart, I wouldn't know him. I still don't know him. In our constitute of our culture, when you constitute knowing somebody, you know their family, you know what they eat, you know their character and what they're possibly can and cannot be. So when they ask me the question, did you know Stephen Ness? And the answer it was truthfully spoken from me. It's in their own. I don't know that.
But in hindsight, I don't know what we can do. And nothing we have to learn.
Yes, and then I didn't really put him together with everything until after the complaint was made and all the puzzle pieces come flying together. I was like, I feel about Las Vegas, and he followed me around in this area, he followed me in San Diego, he followed me to Las Vegas, he followed me in different places that I forgot, he would show up, but it was always very quick. So there was no relationship building. So when they isolate texts on anybody, they're gonna create a relationship. But on my phone, it's just random numbers coming up, and I'm being candid, I'm being pleasant, and I'm interacting. But in this context, it never happened. Mr. Ness acted on it on the paper.
So I can ask you, you had another email, Mr. Ness, what was he doing that you guys? They were to be on with Mr. Ness and his phone.
Just before.
Oh, just as well. Okay.
Yes.
And he said that to the back of what would you all talk about in the summer?
This one was, I asked him straight out, why don't you just donate? And he didn't want to. He said, I don't want my name on donation, because all the stuff you're going through, I support you, that you're gonna be a libertarian. I don't want my business to be impacted. I have all the relationships across Torrance County, it's primarily Republican. So he explained it, and I all get it. He says, but I have other business people that want to meet you with possibly donation checks, because we were function on the shoot trade that whatever we were looking at was not nearly enough to get an LG or Ron Kenny. We were operating on a shoot trade. And so when we went to there, it was not Mr. Ness and his wife, they kind of faded into the background, because now I have new people to talk to and try to get a contribution to that's right. And so at that dinner, yeah, they were there in the same capacity, but we didn't speak because I was too busy. It's fighting for them.
Oh, so it wasn't just,
No.
because the way it appears from the deposition, it was just Mr. Ness and his wife.
No, he was the one that was,
So it was who all was there?
I don't even remember the names because they never wrote the checks. Turns out they weren't even Mexicans. They had part-time loans. They were just there just to see them. I was basically they wanted to see them. Yeah.
Do you know the number of people that signaled to you?
I believe there was probably 8. And it was hot. And I wanted to get out, and when I got out of there, I remember being very upset. Because the food was horrible. I was exhausted, and I went there for nothing and didn't get one check. Because they all did it in the public, it didn't matter what I was saying. They basically said, well, take the lesser of the two evils, because we're part of them.
Mr. You referenced to the Mr. Wilson said he was doing,
Yes.
and Mr. Ness's family, we know, Mr. Ness is testifying to the becoming of the Vegetarian state, did other members of his family become a vegetarian student?
I believe his mother. She wasn't at the face of the company, so she was like, she said that she was fine. His mom. Yeah, I met her and I didn't really put it together. I don't know. In the context of how popular the news name is with Smith, or, I don't know, and I didn't understand that they were all family later in that.
So he was the one who donated.
Yes.
Now, what was the, okay, I guess as far as this and Crystal, who's Crystal you're trying to,
It's such a, she write and then at the same time on paper, you have to have a sleep. We went to the Secretary of State, I mean, Treasurer, sorry. We went to the Secretary of State, and we asked him to have to file a treasury, and said yes. And it's with checks and balances. And so we had capital funds and also some other checks and balances, attorney group that we had hired to help us and advise us like we went to do. And because we couldn't, Rep. Kokinadis tried to get me off the ballot and he was very hard. He's been after me for a long time. So this is just another one of those stunts. And what happened is, when we went to Supreme Court, to get me off the ballot, the reason why it was dismissed because they would serve me properly. And they couldn't serve me because I was located on the reservation. Now, nation, and we can't enter an nation with private property. Unless you go to the so what the Secretary of State says, well, we've never had a Native American guy on the reservation ever. So they advised us that you should have an address on the outside of the reservation. And so that is why Crystal Mavis's name showed up. She said, I can do that for you and at least be responsible and not notify you that you can have court members come in for the select because if you get lost in that navigation, again, you have an addressing system problem that you have shipping to that part, you have to ship them and have to and now shipping and very some so it was a big challenge release capacity. But we went twice to the Secretary of State for advice. One was on that, with maybe certified rep was the first step. I need to do this. The second time was to ask if it was lawful if I could switch parties in the middle of election. Violating.
okay, and, Crystal also, was she responsible for fundraisers for the table collecting donations?
She wasn't responsible, I was. And when donations came in, she was always very leery about taking anything. So it was very, even though they talked about it, we need to fundraise, we need to do this. The contribution usually didn't come in until I hit the ground. Like, the 9/11 situation, with the event down in Provis. The money didn't come until I asked for it. And I actually asked permission. I said, is it okay if I ask for contributions at this dinner? It's not our event, but is it okay? Once you get it approved, you can. So in my speech, I was the best speech I know. And it brought in money to go on, and I asked everyone, and donations going, to consider writing checks. The checks that they said that came afterwards, they weren't in my name, so there's no way we could touch it. So we told people they have to write them directly and have to say you can't run for the next purpose. And we were very specific on it. So for Crystal to fundraise on her own no. But because of her address is on here, she would get checks in the mail. And so she would immediately copy those to me and everything else. And she would hold them. And if I made it down, she would put them up in the deposit. She would, but that's how she handled it in her capacity. She was very skittish. And she would never do anything on TV, but she believed.
You asked about homes or concerns on the way. Was there, during your representation, these questions about the, you later related to going inside from the old home, try getting messages down, did you try to do that?
In the capacity of throwing away your phone, no, that makes you look like you're putting to. No, this is 2 years, and when you're working your phone as hard as you can, it starts to give out. Crystal's phone crashed in Ellen Ward right during the general election, and she was distraught, and we had to figure out how to get her back to the U.S. Verizon, and they lost all her data, so we can't get it back up. And when you back up on an iPhone, you have to pay for it. Her husband wouldn't allow her to do it. So she was on a very strict lifestyle that I didn't understand at all. As for me, I've upgraded my phone since the election, probably 5 times, because when you have a good plan and they have a new phone come out, you can actually get a discount and make things like that. So yeah, I've upgraded. I went from an Android to an iPhone as since. So yeah.
And then saying that you could send the 2 months of information is on my phone.
Yes.
From what.
Yeah, it won't save it. Verizon won't save those records unless you pay for it. So it's a service now. Google's the same way. You open a new Google account, it's maxed out from so many, much information. After that, it starts purging, or it doesn't allow your emails to come in. So you have to purge unless you to let your emails in. And under advisement from Capital Council, so do not subscribe to anything that will keep renewing subscription after campaign's over, because you can be in trouble. Could you still be considered open function? So we were advised to not get anything that will extend like subscription. Don't get Office 360 or it renews every annual. You know, just basically have to be able to be very careful. So when we got the Google account, we tried these different services, but nowadays they won't go through unless you have an actual Chrome. And that was part of the Android service that I have. So we had to choose to go with Gmail.
And so basically we lost that guy.
Right.
So when we weren't looking for any keyword things about Mr. Manis or this word, David Graham. When you say we're in farming food, is that as a result of his data loss? The deletions?
I don't believe so. I believe that we had that one email that, because they were asking and we would flood it with so many and we were doing the best we could. I think that's what happened. Because when we went through and looked for it, there's no precursor emails that kind of help you understand what this email was about, because it's so generic and so simple, we didn't know what it was. It could have been where bumper stickers were out. We don't really know much. And then afterwards, there was no connection established. So it was really bizarre to us and odd, and we didn't really know what we were looking for. And I didn't know the name Ayla until way later. I think after maybe into the second deposition, or how the judge ordered us, and we started seeing names come up. And they were bringing information in, but see, we didn't know what we were doing. And you didn't know, we were all minded by this, and so we didn't know how to build, give them the information they wanted. So it's just like, give us, you know, X amount or whatever, and we didn't know what we were doing. And so not until after the process of all of this, now we know who's who.
Well, and with the text messages between you and Mr. Manis on the new phone.
I believe it was on my own phone. It was on the same.
You guys remember to find those messages.
And I never had his name in my phone. I was like, you could find him. I didn't even know his number. I later wrote an email to you saying, what is his phone number? So I can at least search the phone number, but I never got to find that. So we didn't know how to search for Stephen West's name. And when the back end of it, his text messages came up. When you read my text messages, they're one worded, they're two, it's nothing. It's because you know who we're talking to. They're just saying, oh, that's nice, thank you. You know, it's just real simple. You look through the whole thing, we're not saying anything.
So, when you, almost that you first know that they're maybe the billboard that people want, like, the redesign, not redesign, sorry, the resizing of the building. Did you learn, is that the first time you learned that that's what's going to happen?
Not for this specific instance. There was a guy who called this, a marketing guy who was making banners for some of our supporters, and one of them was like this, he had a weird size too, because it sat in an old truck. I believe those pictures are in this, and they're out there, and he did his own thing. We didn't even have, and they put one on a water tower. But they also had odd sizes, because, you know, people were putting them into the things I wanted, super excited, bucking shoots, horse corrals, and, you know, top of water towers, barn sides. So these were sizings coming out nuts, and we didn't really, know. We didn't believe that we were doing, anything in the capacity to even mess with what people do. It's not part of,
It was just something you wanted to do.
I guess so. We had no idea what we were doing anything.
And so, when it's, you suggest, this building, you saying that you talk about, at the dinner, you talk about conspiracy theories, something, and you focused on people like record check. There's room that I thought it also was in the market check. And then you, as far as suggesting, you give the Mr. West ask it, for the people.
No,
Did you, when it says consult, it's very broad term, but these are all sort of broad terms, but consult, did you ever sit down with Mr. Mass and talk to him about how you want to billboard, what image you want on the billboard or anything like that?
no,
And then, cooperation. Are they going to give him an image and help with the size of the image? Was there any coordination, cooperation with this?
no, I didn't even know. No. You're sending it out to a designer, and we figured it was probably one of the small businesses that were already working. We were looking for yard signs, I mean, everything. So, and everything that we did with our shop.
And, is the correspondence with, Mr. Rabel, which I think is. It's on. There's something here, he's I guess they disputed the text messaging that you disputed. And, what number? I think it's pretty. I mean, no problem. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry.
Oh,
These are text messages reported from Mr. Rabel. And is that first number, I think this is hard to read, is that first number? 765.
Here's the page numbers.
Which space is important? Can you make out what the number is that could possibly be the message?
It looks like 505-870-765.
Okay, is that,
Yes,
okay, if we have any know making this message, send it to Mr. Rabel.
no. Yeah, I elaborate.
I'm sure.
Because on all of these exhibits, show my text messages with Ness, with me, with Crystal. I don't talk like this. I don't text like this. Who has time? Second thing that looks really odd, and this image is so bad. If you had the original email to produce from Mr. Rabel himself on page 365, there's a phone number before the word but. I have it on the phone and have a circle and I screenshot it. It has the wrong number. It says 585-370-3765. The number is wrong. In my opinion, this is fabricated and it's not the way I speak and it's not the way I text or send messages or communicate. Inside Mr. Rabel deposition, it was truthful when we sat in that room here in Albuquerque. And he said there, he looked at me, he said, I have never seen her, I've never met her, I've never talked to her. This is the first time we've ever communicated. He said something to that meaning. Correct. The first time I've ever really heard his name, he was pronounced his name. So if you look at the original email consent, a very peculiar submission. That's why we tested. So I have it on the phone. That's clearly said 585.
So, you know, it's hard to read here, but we say that it was the number that they like is not. And, do you ever know if one of the daughters might was one? Please,
No, for them, it's always very quick. Just enough to hang on the coat rack a little bit. We'll be right with you. Yes, thank you. It's really small, but to give this much, no, I can go off of that.
So, and but the content of this, it's just really about size. The size of the cell. Or do you think it's about something else?
When I looked at that part, the problem number was different. I automatically just let it go. Because we were talking about giving up images to the general public at the moment. Again, the time passes and it's happening in their past.
So, I have a request for David for images and items.
An average of maybe 30. Go about maybe half of those you don't respond to it, and then they come back. And if you don't respond to them, they get aggressive. And they say, how can I kind of, or they're kind of bugging you, you kind of respond to your pictures. So you'll get that backlash really fast, and you end up responding to post. I guess that needs to be a little bit. That's why the one was very simple and appreciative type. That's the reason. It was to prevent the media late night aggression.
And on the On the video, the only video, when you have the parties, is that done from a holiday?
I don't remember, I remember that my platform was second amendment, it was a big deal. So the billboard that I did put up, and put money into, was here when Freedom was there. And it was electronic billboard, and the photograph that officially I wanted to use all the time as meeting on the national priority, and that's. It was really important for us because when you conquer a people, the first thing you do is find. And then you think of all of their identity. So the Second Amendment is one of the biggest rights that we have in the United States that keeps the American public American, not even brother. So the Second Amendment is very, very much near in my heart. And if I wanted to put up a billboard that said freedom, that I had a hand in, it would have been that one. The photograph heard around the world, the one that makes Steve Pierce freak out. You can't use that. You're a candidate. You can't put a gun under ads. And that was the photograph we wanted. So the one with me in Starbucks with a flag behind me, just the main street, that's not me. How I would.
So you would have had everyone introducing the billboard was Mr. Ness, you would have chosen a different.
Yes, I asked him for a donation, and he really did.
Yes.
For a donation, I contributed.
Oh,
And if I did get enough, for in that area, then yeah, we would have done what we wanted.
Well, were you ever consulting as to what image he was using?
No, again, we had no idea, and we didn't realize it went up until after, and a radio was the one that texted me and said, there's a billboard over here. And the only response you could say was, oh, wow. I mean, you don't know how to really feel that. It's, I mean, the image I wanted to use.
Because it wasn't, it wasn't,
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Yeah.
I would put it somewhere else. I would use my money wisely and I would have done something.
now, if you wanted to, if Mr. Massey come in and say, I want to put a billboard on, I want to put a big billboard of you, what would you have asked him to do?
I would have welcomed it and I would have said that we need to do this, according to, I would have consulted with capital. Ask them how to do it properly, because I believe, their staff and our department used to work, it's a new campaign law, finance on how to do it. We would go to them first, and then we would, create a plan of action, and then we visit, this is how much it's gonna cost. We would have brought in the billboard person that was gonna put it up, because you wanna make sure that it's tasteful, it's not laid out, and, it grows. You're clearly picture this. It matters to you. And you want to make sure you do it in the right way. And so in our culture, you always have to do things in a good way. But you're going to know that you do it in a process. And that process talks about you plan, you prepare, you execute, and then you complete. And that's how we would approach it. And I did that with everything that you plan, prepare, execute. And that's how we would have done it, and it would have been properly, and you would have been very well.
And then if you had this problem, would you have reported it?
Of course. Happy, because you know what? MLG was making fun of us along, oh, she can't raise enough money, no one likes her. The bigger our money got, the more serious, more people take us. So yeah, I would have been happy to report another, whatever, 5,000 basically. I needed the numbers to go up.
And, there was a part of it about the settlement problem where you went sign on.
Is that in your side?
Additional federal like.
It's not in there, to me, happened last week.
But
So The settlement offer, if you told me it was on there, there was like, I don't remember, 5 or 6 things. But those 5 or 6 things were lies that were condemning. You put this billboard up and you basically have to say you did it and then you have to do this. It was very aggressive. I broke everything down. I thought about it. I took a lot of time to talk about this. Like again, planning, executing, finishing. I was considering it because they want me to fail. They don't want me to run again because they want me to feel beat down so bad that I never want to try. And then I started to read the last part of that offer. It says, if you don't take this offer, I'm going to be forced to intervene on behalf of Kokinadis. What is he? Because if we hear you really believed in his complaint, he would have been fighting all the way through. It's not here. So why would you intervene something that you can't even prove? And then tell me when I intervene, I'm going to ask for them to slap him with $11,000, knowing that you're a Native American coming out of the most impoverished communities of Navajo Nation. And it felt like a threat because we're used to getting this. That's when I pushed it away and I said, I can't sign that. That negates everything that I am and who I am and why I ran. I believe in my work. I believe what we give us. For the people with living households, people who travel, people like me. The only difference I'm making here is I have the courage to say something. But if I would pray before it goes and pulls up that awkward, really, it's disgusting. And that came out of habits. And if they wrote it better and they were respectful about it, and they actually said something that we did. One thing, we came back with a counter offer. We said, yeah, we screwed up the email part of it because we didn't buy a service. We didn't do it on purpose. And that's what we talked about. It's the only thing we screwed up on. But we weren't doing anything illegal. There's no dark money. There's nothing bad. We had a service attorneys that helped us through the Secretary of State. Their office was very helpful. And they even told us they recognized the frequent flyer. I mean, it's complaints all over the place.
Did you ever funnel any money from the church? Any money to Mr. Ness in these buildings?
No. The only thing that I did was purchase a pair of socks for my husband from the stand at a local market, of which I also shop in the community. I bought corn, I bought squash, I bought joey. I work with the community and I bought things as a company. That's the only exchange that I have had is on the pair of socks. There's also, I believe, in the pictures.
Okay, and when this is being, do you remember anything about the resizing? Is that ring bells about resizing?
We were resizing things for all kinds of stuff. So no, specifically for this thing, no. We were not having the bumper sticker, or probably I was trying to get my own vehicles and continue salvage trying to get things. A lot of it didn't get.
Now, I think we can be in this state, but I really disturbed and really was thinking about creating a village. And it's the one where you put people like Karen there in place of, it's one of the ones that is, it's not on video. And is it your testimony that you didn't create those images? They came to you from people on TikTok or whoever it is who talked about that they came from outside, and you liked them with gratitude, you posted them, and very nice, right? And so they told you pictures. So did you create the image of, and it was the image of the Kentucky billboard, too, but this one says paid for by Carol. And this, this one, did you, is it your testimony that you didn't create it, but you used it?
I did not.
Okay, and, but those images that you received, you, they have permission to disseminate these.
Right, well, there's no, when I talked with Campbell Counseling, so there's no legislation or anything regarding, social media things. The law hasn't caught up with that. And so when you share things, you just share them. It's just communication, it's free communication. And so, yeah, I was, and I had to show, my way of showing gratitude was by sharing them. If somebody worked hard on something, I would share it, we would go out and, you know, be supportive. And showing appreciation as investors.
And so, when these billboards that Mr. West put up, and you saw that they were there, did you see the disclaimer on them, said private persons of the Mexico?
Yeah, I do.
And do you know who the private persons of the Mexico is?
No, but there's random things all over the place that people use. Las Cruces, we have it in Spanish, not the specific thing, but for other candidates or for other organizations or nonprofits. They'll put up anything on there. If you want to doubt, just have an email with this, fraud@app.com, then return doubt and then avoid the investigation. It doesn't specifically state anything, and that's just what, I guess that's what people do. I don't know, but I see it all over the place, but I'm not gonna go, launch complaints on it, because I feel that as a characterization of libertarian mind, let people be. And the person that is something to stop.
And, on the video that Mr. Would show, it talks about who directed, who edited, and you've got the names Laura, Lizzie, and Paisley. Who are Laura, Lizzie, and Paisley?
Oh, my daughters, and I also believe at the bottom of that disclaimer had Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider is on there as well. And that's their dog.
That's your dog.
Right, so on social media, people play around all the time. When I ran for Congress, they did something against me that was so horrific that they're allowed to post what they want to post. So if you go to that last page, you actually see it and read very carefully the animals right now.
Okay, so this is something your daughters produced and put up. And if you did like it, but it's for the page of our agenda, the first item.
Well, and again, we were supporting the youth because of them and seeing their faces out there. We got a whole back and then with the registered vote. We had probably the largest turnout in the reservation of youth, 18 to 28. The thing that the Republicans couldn't touch, the Democrats don't even know how to start. We were able to bring in all of those registered voters. It's because of stuff like that. They pushed them and and Lillian is actually, she was what, 8, 7 years old at that time. And Professor Schneider parents, that's one of my dogs. Yeah, so the youth, they're getting involved. And if you want to create legislation to stop them, then where it comes out, I guess. But this is, and we did, because I know who did it, and I put my disclaimer on it, but you know what? The youth don't get taken serious. The fact that I took it and said thank you to my own children. Their confidence went through the roof. Guess what? They worked harder than probably anyone volunteering. They worked over and beyond. Because I invested in them by actually recognizing them and showing them appreciation.
So, ultimately, with these billboards, did you feel from the way it came about that you had anything with organism campaign contribution or for the actual costs that you were involved in creating the billboard or cooperating with the billboard or that things like that?
No, I believe the Secretary of State should do her job and go after them. If they want them to do both. For me and my campaign, we have nothing to do. But then again, I'm not gonna sit here and start a war with people like Stephen Ness, who I don't know why they did it the way they did it, or what reasons, if they're hiding, if fears involved, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I can't control these people. They have a mind of their own, they're very intelligent people. They're very, wealthy business people, so they're brilliant. And how they spend their money, I believe there's no freedom to spend that money how they want to. And I think the Secretary of State should do her job and decide if it needs to be reported or not, which I believe they keep it down to ethics and they screw it up. But no, because I had nothing to do with it. Now it was done distastefully and they had me in very horrible, evil, and it makes me look bad. And my duty would be to go after them for harm.
Okay, because you did offer this.
Yeah.
And is there any, of the questions you were asked by us before, is there anything else you'd like to explain?
No, I think that's about it. I think we just need to, understand that people of New Mexico are frustrated. They also feel that the government is getting too strong. They can't say what they need to say. And I think it's gotten to a point where politics is so guarded that new people can't come in with fresh ideas. It's always the old washed up ones that have a real lack of safety. So when you look at it and the people that are watching it, I think that they even still leave. And that's what we're seeing here as a fact that they were watching me. And I wasn't going to throw anyone under the bus because I feel that people have the right to spend money how they want. And my campaign has nothing to do.
Yeah.
All right, you read that?
Well, I thought I just wanted to hear you. The wall. I thought I haven't been already at the movie issues. So,
Any objection?
At this point, no objection.
All right, give him.
Mr. Young, let me ask you to go to the text messages that's being asked. I'm gonna ask you to go to pages 188 through 189.
So rather than
188 through 189, get on 188. You testified on Ross that the only thing you changed Mr. Ness was a pair of socks purchased from let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Is this picture of the socks you purchased Mr. Ness?
Yes.
You sent these pictures to Mr. Ness.
Yes.
So at least as of August 3rd, 2022, you were able to find Mr. Ness's number on your phone and send it.
No.
How did you know they sent this number?
Sanderness. because I posted this on the Facebook, and she messaged it. She was happy with the turf farms. And then she sent me a message saying that Stephen looked at this. So the number that she sent me on Facebook, I kept it in, and sent those pictures.
So
When he does text back, you have to go back, you track all the text messages to figure everything out. They did send us to a number of people who had been to Florence County, and we did an amazing job. We could get out of there the last month, and they're talking to us. So Florence County and Moriarty were huge, and big reaction.
let me ask you to go back to page 176. Review 175. Excuse me. That's 2 sentences, that's on page 176. See that, you sent a message to Mr. Nett saying it's nice to see you, well, thank you. And you wrote, God bless you and your family. So is it your testimony that you didn't actually know who we were talking to when you wrote that?
No, because you go back to the text messages when the function will figure it out. Again, you're still being appreciative.
So you're expressing your appreciation that who it was from. Is it your position today that it's Mr. Ness who should have reported his expenditure about the billboards?
His name is on the invoice.
So it's your position that he should have reported the expenditure?
Well, yes, because he signed it on.
Any recross?
Um,
Billy, I have a couple questions. When you ran for the governor, you guys probably didn't know. Here, you run, said for Congress. And which district did you run?
it should be.
What year was that? That your first foray into
Outside of the region.
and are you know compliant federal requirements? Are you reporting? Who is assisting you with that?
I called the Department of Revenue and I basically did it ourselves.
Did you have to designate somebody as the treasurer? Or reporting person? Did you just?
Person started and you agree on that, she switched out. His name was Raymond. He was not a-
Oh, any of that wasn't,
Nothing.
it wasn't this.
No, his name is not.
And then when you decided to run for governor, was this your first foray into Mexico politics? And does the Secretary of State provide information? Maybe the Secretary of Trade or both candidates about reporting requirements and what
They,
rules and regulations are supposed to follow?
they refer you to the rest. You go through that process, and then you read yourself, but it's very basic. So you don't have any consistently.
And so if you had any questions, you felt comfortable contacting the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Trade. Yes.
Yes,
Did you in reading these documents that found on the webpage or your discussion of the Secretary of State or the Treasury, Secretary of Treasury, did you come across Campaign Finance Act?
yes,
Did you read it?
yes,
Did you have any questions about it? Then, clarification from them?
yes.
Did you talk there?
It was just a way of fun, and that's when they told us the only thing you do, your responsibility We wanted to make sure that anything that I did, printed or that parts thing, so they could verify that it was part of it.
Are you familiar with the term contribution under the campaign finance act?
I believe so.
What does that mean?
That needs to give, money. To
All right, and you're quite report.
Yes.
And you heard the term coordinated.
yes, but again, that's not, it wasn't clarified, we went to them and asked them, and we get a very good answer, so confused, so we went through capital council, that's why I was very, capital council. They are campaign attorneys that help me with this campaign finance file. And they help me with it.
When did you first meet, and she may have just picked it up. When did you first meet this? In down the story.
I believe that it was in, she came to Bedonie, New Mexico, and that was at the very beginning of her. And she was inquiring, she wasn't sure who I was, and she knew.
How did it turn out that she became your treasurer purpose of reporting requirements? And tell me about discussions that followed your meeting.
It happened told she came, to more events, and she wanted to keep them very involved, very excited. And she believed that I would be kind of help reduce it. And she was always around. She traveled, I was in this, she traveled a lot. She said she could help anyway that I wanted to. She seemed very trustworthy, she seemed sincere. And when I went through the congressional one, Steve Pierce had sent in a manager to help me. Turned out to be giving out information for the back of the soured relationships with the Republican Party. They were there to not support me, but to hinder me. And going through that experience, I wanted to find somebody that was very open, very strong, views on the stances that I also took, and she resonated with me.
All right, who issue was Davis in this conversation? She agreed to help you. Who was responsible for keeping track of contributions that you had?
We used, automated. There's a fundraiser. It's called, but people, we would click on your website and send them to your website. On the things as contributions, and then they would click on it and they would make the contribution.
Okay, what if somebody gave you cash or a check first? I don't have them.
Cash, I wouldn't accept. Hardly. We did, we would write it down, she would. We show it to what we did like. But it was always like check. I was required, like, if they had cash, I would ask them what we did. Because every time you get a deposit into the bank, so we track.
This is so they just have access to your finances, because you write checks and things.
I never had check. I wouldn't do it.
Okay.
So what we did is we just used the debit card and by that.
They ask you to listen to the question. It's just or something. So, look at it. The reference to your person. You're asking the person or argument. This is Jew providing this.
These are the questions, I can't remember if I got the response or how this was done, but these are my answers.
I know what you asked, it has your signature, right? So Martin, you did this yourself, you had the assistance.
I think we did
Somebody
this.
else.
I don't recall, we did it by phone, we've had so many conversations about this whole thing. Everything that comes through, we talk about it.
Well, they answered from David. It says, as a clear down nine. That's the topic. Example, response.
Through response, I never did anything directly to Mr. Ward.
Well, it's not. Seem to indicate that the response that we had, assisted you in answering this.
Yes,
Yeah, this is about the request. This is number two. Says, first request for production, responded, and building permits. I think we have. Have. Requested or into three. And your ladies, funds also assisted in responding to any contribution.
yes, because I mean, we're asking who I was supposed to produce that one. It was so many, I wasn't sure who was. Then we'll search.
Request number two asks for all written communications, parentheses, including text messages, emails, social media, direct messages, comments. Between you and Sun Vista Outdoor actions, see for David Rid. Your responses, their farming. Action, Sun Vista, David. Rid is. Subsequently. Their new action. Did provide. Information regarding email, text. Zoom Vista. And. Telegram. And. Parentheses or nets. What caused the change from you responding that we don't know who these people are yet in contact to producing a significant number of text messages, emails?
I didn't use any sensitive, but we always do that on the website. So we show one, this one here, Galen Grant was listed on there, the Galen Grant's name, the search. It doesn't bring up.
I'm a little bit confused. Are you saying you didn't produce anything? Send this to Galen Grant. Mr. Ness was all provided you messing with this.
The text messaging between us, yeah, all that is coming from the other side, and this is from the Stephen Ness side. So I still didn't produce any text messaging.
So are you saying the stage where they locating the email, text messages was provided by somebody else?
One email did find it under Galen, but see, according to this, when this came out in September of 22, I didn't think Galen was my email supposed to be early in the meetings. That was one.
When you found out, and made it up, so rules, and then your assistants are required to supplement responses to grants, which is what I have discovered in the you didn't want to have a vision. Did you ever provide any supplemental responses?
No, I've never had to want to get into what that is.
Looks like on November 1st, 2022. Served the subpoena production or inspection. Question documents. Tab. Subpoena. And is this the look on page 226. This is the list of documents that made question. One says all communication between you and yes. And it's farm, January 1st, 2022. The date of your response. All communication between you consistent. Seen. January 1st. 2022. Three all communication between you. Payroll and email to the address of Sun. Oral communication with billboard advertising supporting Aaron Bedonie and Mexico Day in the phrase paid to go by private persons in the past. Let's talk about those. Did you produce any documents of response to this thing?
Yes, that's when the Yale grant came, you guys was active to the district work.
November.
Yeah, so it means, then we went back in, because I didn't have the Yale grant first. So I went back and looked for her, and then that's when it came up and we called with it. Yeah, because it's the only thing happened. All the thought we're being, looking right into some people, one of our projects for $5,000.
So how did you locate emails and texts during the grant?
You couldn't do so. Or there be something,
But when you got the original request for production, why didn't you do that?
because I didn't know you were found on the first, you're all.
Given some information in there. Thank you. You've been given some information and request for production number 2 says. All written communication, including text messages, email, social media, direct messages, and comments. When you and send this to our advertising about Steve and you do a search at that.
Yes, we're being able to.
Then you send this to me.
No,
Yes, that is.
Yes, that's a- And even that's too, if I didn't have to do.
So after listening to the testimony today, the Mr. Ness's testimony, fresh recollection about bringing that in and your interaction.
Yeah.
Was there anything that Mr. Ness testified today that you dispute actually?
No, but I can't. That's figured, but what I heard today was that he admitted he was not really that. He also said that he was back.
You just answer my question. Is there anything you said that you think was incorrect or not? But this one in the spring, and she said that it's in the traffic not.
Yeah.
I mean, whether if my questioning. Like there's all additional questions the council might want to ask.
I just have, I guess, your questions, Judge. Mr. Diane, for regular attention to exhibit one. It's 228. Or no, 21 dollars. This page based on evaluated, is recovery from David, Sunvista, Florida.com. The attachment scan up, yeah, the body of the email, so second batch of scan records. Following that are the email communication involving the RAM, which today is David's. Sunvista. Did you produce these emails to the state ethics commission?
I believe so.
Do you have with you an email that show? This exhibit was sent to the state ethics commission by Dave Green, and I want to give you the opportunity to explain to provide any proof that you yourself.
This email's very generic, so it's not telling me very much.
Please go on to 2229 with that, please. Tell me whether you have any independent proof that you provide this.
I haven't really thought.
And then going to the table. The responses to the first request for production exhibit 2. When you were asked to produce your written communications with some missile, I think your response was, I don't have any response. I'll read it out. They're not, as I have no contact or connection with someone. Don't know that was your response. Do you have any emails or other proof that your attorney provided was the ethics commission with the text messages? And likewise, is there any, do you have any documents that show that you obtained Crystal Avis's text messages and asked about?
Something, sit down. Stand. Give any more witnesses?
No, Your Honor, you're asking.
Sunset. So then. We are. Shall we, where we are, we are sound like. And the dark bones, three here, one question you back to. Read that. The rest of the. And still moving, we are. Ready to, ready to transfer.
Your Honor, I mean, if we were reading this trial, I would have relevance objections to a lot, but I understand you're going to tell them. No,
Yeah, fish 3 year. Versus the.
you can.
Okay. That's right.
I would like to be closing, Judge, so if we could make it minutes, yeah,
Our citizens. 3:15 is 10 minutes. We closing.
Yeah.
This, no, sorry, don't plug that in. right, so very, just some quick slides on the applicable law and a summary of what the strongest evidence support of finding that these billboard expenditures were coordinated and so section 26 of the Campaign Reporting Act defines and coordinating expenditure. And the key provision is sub-line 2 says that if an expenditure is made at the request or suggestion of cooperation, consultation, concert with candidate, and committee, or your meeting or representative, then any committee, whatever party. That requirements met, it is a coordinating expenditure. There is no dispute that Mr. Ness's person other than Eric Bedonie over campaign, which is I1, I3, which I'm speaking for the billboard advertisements for the purpose of supporting those in the nomination or election. So the key question here is coordinating as or the campaign reporting act defines contributions will include a corporate expenditure. That's sub H in the same section. Then you jump over to section 31. Candidates required reported expenditures and contributions must include the name and address, the person and means when expenditure was made or from whom they contribution. So if a coordinated expenditure is coordinated with a campaign, if the expenditure is coordinated with one that he has, that expenditure is to be reported for contribution and the reason generally is that there's no way to enforce the limits on campaign contributions without setting for it. But candidates are not designed to report these coordinated expenditures as contributions. Those can make unlimited expenditures, coordination with the campaign, thereby breach the pro-election student contributions. The Secretary of State.
Let me interrupt you.
Yeah.
Are these terms defined anywhere?
This is in which part? Coordinated expenditure is defined.
Consultation with concert.
That's what I'm getting to next. All right. The Secretary of State has promulgated and implemented regulation that provides further clarity on what the important expenditure is. And that's in 110 and 13 of the resolution. And the sub A, that section discusses the point I've just been making about how coordinated expenditure needs to be reported as a kind of contribution from the person who made the expenditure. You can't be removing acts, requests, or suggestions. The expenditure is made. The provision kind of creates I guess safe zone, as you can, for people to take publicly available information, use that without any coordination. Sub D, persons may use publicly available information, material to create and produce or distribute advertisement. Such use does not in and of itself constitute coordination with and campaign. However, this is the evidence that expenditures funding the republication of materials produced by agencies shall be reported as coordinated expenditures subject to contribution limits. So again, someone can take what is on social media, a picture of or a picture from journal or some other source, and the expenditure of that is going to be independent expenditure. It's not coordinated with the candidate. But if a candidate is publishing their own advertisements, someone pays to republish that advertisement, that regulation constitutes a coordinated expenditure. And I think that division is easily satisfied. It's seriously disputed that government company or to provide and we get how to provide them next. But even setting that aside, we have a number of non-exclusive factors which I've omitted because the only relevant ones sub 6. This is all in the same. And the non-highlighted portion of D begins. Following is a non-exhaustive list of factors which will be considered in determining whether expenditure shall be treated as a form of expenditure. Sub 6 says whether the reporting individual and the person making the expenditure have each consulted or otherwise been in communication with the same third party or parties. If the reporting individual knew or should have known the reporting individual's communication or relationships with the third party or parties would inform or result in expenditures to that. Touch briefly on what an independent expenditure is. An independent expenditure is broadly defined as the same trait as an ordinary expenditure. So it's not, it has to be by definition, not building important. And the difference is who reports, right? If someone's making an independent expenditure, then they are, it's above a certain amount, not an issue here, but it's above $3,000. Then that person who's making the independent expenditure has to register with the Secretary of State and report their expenditures and engage in funds. So I think the evidence establishes that the billboards and expenditures on billboards or getting expenditures not independent expenditure. We've seen the text messages between Crystal Davis, leading of the campaign, and Stephen Ness, in which he mentions the use of these graphics for a billboard.
And you're referring to this.
This is
You
the
have it, and it gives the page number.
I don't have it on the slide, Judge. I believe that's 125 of the exhibit 7.
Okay.
Then you have an agreement with Mr. Nash that I will get it done. Going on, and I'll pull this up on my pad here, so I'm not reading on. So, yes, the first one is on 125. Then the next, this one on the slide here, where Ms. Mavis says, billboard on I-40 would be awesome for your money. Is happy to, I will, this is the fine, I'm sorry.
Okay, I was trying to put it to time to do it. Something like you read it down.
I'm sorry, I just
Three
straight
lines when it cut off the page numbers.
Yeah, it's on A, well, this is A47, so that's, this is page 131, where you have, Crystal Mavis saying, billboard on I-40 would be awesome if y'all can do your money. That Mr. Ness's response. Then she then follows that up. Same set of messages, if you take to a printer, you'll have to use this. I think these communications are on their face suggest coordination, consultation, cooperation between the campaign and students. That's far from the end of it though, Your Honor. We have in exhibit 25 text messages, I believe best view of sentences contained in the transcript of the voicemail from the parent Bedonie to David Rapel saying, you know, we were told that you're going to do a billboard and you needed a large graph. She left a message with Mr. Rapel. That was followed up by emails on May 27th. We have Karen Bedonie's email address, Karen Bedonie at nm@gmail.com. We made Karen Bedonie used to the same to providing to Gala Grand Design and some Vista Outdoor. The graphic that was used in the billboard. So we use canva.com to design this image. There's signs to keep it in. This is the graphic that was actually used by Steve. So Again, after the billboard goes up, you have further evidence coordination, you have Karen Bedonie expressing personal approval of expenditure of the billboard. When Mr. Ness texted her a picture of the billboard that he took, she responds positively, saying that's amazing, and thanks his family. I don't know if you know that. She says, it's nice to see blood out, thank you, God bless you. She then shares the same image that he sent to her Facebook with the guy controls team. Same thing as what was wrong. In next easement.
Should we exhibit which,
Exhibit 3.
just give us an exhibit if we can find it.
Exhibit 3 is
More
more
interesting.
Exhibit 3 has a number of complaints, and there's dozens associated events. Having, what is that? Substitute. Skip over the I-25 billboard, Mr. Mass establishment of the was substantially the same. And there was further communications between Sun Vista, Galen Brand, and Christian, just made us concerned with the billboard, getting designed, getting the size. See, what are the total amount of expenditures? You have, according to Mr. Ness's testimony and the invoices, which have been within by stipulation, there are $5,865.18 expenditures. There's a $1,500 contract payment for production that Mr. Ness made on June 1st, and then monthly billboard rental payments for 6 months. Separately, Mr. Phil Clark paid $1,500 to produce the item 5. That production payment was on June 27th. Each of these expenditures were not reported in Mr. Bedonie's reports of contribution. Each expenditure not reported is a separate violation. Let's go next to the disclaimer provision. The Campaign Reporting Act provides that a person who makes a campaign expenditure, coordinated expenditure, or independent expenditure, or advertising, shall ensure that the advertisement makes the name of the candidate who will be another person who authorized the date of the candidate. This is section 26.4A. And this is a bit of the idiosyncratic situation where you have a candidate supplying the graphics that were used in the articles in front of the bottom of their department. But in the end, the provision quite quick, and unambiguous requires that an advertisement state who paid for it through the advertisement. And things were noted that the issue in this case is not a kind of negligent failure to include a required disclaimer. Maybe perhaps we were to infer that Karen Bedonie's campaign that created this advertisement or previous in the absence of what we have here, which is the misleading paid for by private, which is the next step. That disclaimer was by the evidence that's together that disclaimer was inserted by Karen Bedonie's started an effort to make it look like a most of their campaign was grassroots.
Yes, the section that you got up, section 1-6. It says a person who makes a campaign expenditure. That'd be Mr. Ness.
Judge, the expenditure, relevant expenditure for Lisa Bedone is the expenditure on Canada.com, which is the software she used to design. Yeah. That's in her reports of this of expenditure. She subscribed to the service that we then used to produce the ad. Furthermore, the duty is incumbent on the candidate and the other person who authorized the candidate for the ad. That reading will read out authorized from the provision.
Interpretation. Right, but anybody who uses side, probably better information. Yeah.
No, Judge. I believe that anyone who used the publicly available information, they went to the website, pulled this ad, they would not have to report. it's falls within the safe harbor provision of taking something from the phone website. And that's not what we're here about. We're here about the coordination that took place between Mr. S, Mr. Radio, and Mr. W on these things. And it's not just reposting on social media, it's not free, it's not non-expensive. So if someone's reposting Ms. Bedonie's social media posts, there's no expenditure.
I mean, ask one. Tell me again why campaign paid for this. Tell me what comment is.
Judge, Canva.com was by the email that was Flynn sent to Mr. Rabel's, is the website design suite that was used to actually the graphic design suite. It used to make the image.
And this Bedonie's campaign paid to be on part of that, so they could assist in making.
Right.
Whatever they're.
Yeah, and there's a reported expenditure to Canva.com for a subscription. Reports to spending.
So. Just trying to understand why, just because she campaigned driving this business, why she would have to then report every contribution of somebody else, but in fact, every expenditure with somebody else.
Judge, I think this provision doesn't deal with reporting. This provision doesn't trigger reporting for candidate or what this provision does is it requires the candidate who is funding the creation of advertisements. To the extent that they have incurred more than $1,000 in advertising expenditures, that's what that. To the extent that is as staff, the candidate is under duty to ensure that each advertisement that the candidate paid for and authorized stays as much. And the other, we can see what the use that the provision is signed up for that in this case, because if you did not have such a requirement on candidate, they could produce an advertisement system, paid for and approved by whoever, and get it distributed. And then no one will be obliged to who's authorized to be paid for. If someone, the motorist passing these billboards on the side of 25 and 40, see the billboard and see them being paid for by private persons in Mexico, they are none the wiser. In fact, they're being actively misled as to who is behind the advertisement. And so it's not a requirement that governs reporting. The candidate doesn't need to. This provision doesn't govern candidate supporting or third parties. This provision is specifically designed to ensure that a candidate puts a required statement in their evidence that they pay for and prove the evidence. So here, the required disclaimer in these ads and provided to the table was paid for by Stephen as Stephen. Notice Stephen has paid for substantial portions of the billboard approved by Karen Bedonie. It's her campaign that authorized. Yeah, she created the evidence.
So is that why you're saying you just have an obligation to report that he was doing this, that was name on the billboard?
No, Judge, in fact, that's the opposite, which is what I'm taking here, the issue. That's what Ms. Bedonie's position is. Ms. Bedonie's position appears to be that he was making, the Steve was making independent expenditures. He was under a duty to report those expenditures. But that's, you can see how absurd that position is by Steve Ness's testimony. It's a B farmer who has no experience with campaign finances and just thought that he could get together with somebody some finances. And the statutory scheme is best read as imposing the obligation to both report coordinated expenditures and ensure disclaimer requirements follow on the candidate, who in this case has hired counsel to review for reports and is it is familiar with the reporting as very access to guidance from the Secretary of State. So that's the key problem here with reading this to impose a duty on CNS, because CNS is, yeah, he's making it a coordinated expenditure. He's not producing no role. Yeah. And so it will be silly to require CNS to call up the company and say, wait a second, you guys got a wrong disclaimer here. We need to put in it's paid for by CNS and approved by everyone from the next else. The duty has to fall in it, which is designed to happen. These disclosure requirements, it's what we've been talking a lot about before, so it's important in periodic reports to non-commissions. And sort of, and you're well aware of the informational aspects that those required reports are designed to serve. But separately, the disclaimer requirement in advertising also serves an important governmental interest, which is, as important model versus FEC pointed out, independent groups, other groups can make expenditures using dubious or misleading names. If you do not impose on the requirement to state who is behind the advertisement. That's what's happening in this case. There are the two billboards that contain the false paid for by private persons of the next disclaimers. There are at least 25 social media advertisements that contain the same false disclaimer in parent notes. Social media, those are exhibit depending speeds or zero. Again, I think the testimony established that this is a fair minimum. I think that the course of conduct campaign used to create many more such advertisements saying people pay for my next distribute them out and they will. That all will be fine if you had this were truly an expenditure type situation. What we had instead is encouraging folks to redistribute her social media ads, and the social media don't say approved by parent to the next thing.
Mr. Ness. Went on this Bedonie campaign website and opportunity to check that. He went private, St. Richard made this billboard, put it on his property. That's okay.
No, Judge, because that would you'd be making an independent expenditure, right? And he would be under an obligation to register as an independent expenditure.
That'd be his obligation.
Yeah. But the difference here,
The key here is that you're claiming that it's some cooperation, foundation,
or
somebody else.
well, you heard his testimony, he wouldn't have been able to do it. He did not, in fact, the campaign initially provided him with copies of the social media that she posted. But Mr. Ness was told by Gilbert, you can't do that, it's the wrong size, bigger size, get the proper size. That's when communications and provided a large size graphic.
Didn't that request come from? Mr. Ray Baldwin and some of this.
Judge, my understanding of the sequence is that Mr. Ness provided graphic one against Mr. Rabel. Mr. Rabel that said again, this isn't going to work in a much so that's what Mr. Rabel. And that skip backwards, that's clearly satisfies the sort of triathlon given 6. Right, and the reporting individual and the person making the expenditure have each consulted or otherwise been in communication with the same third party. And the reporting individual will have to believe that their communications are going to result in the expenditures to benefit their campaign. That's a coordinated expenditure. That's coordination. Good. Right. And then I believe that each one of these advertisements is possibly read as a discrete violation of the state requirement for. And as you're well aware, I think we have $1,000 and up to $20,000 max for violation. Some the failure to report coordinated expenditures.
When you say 27 violations. You got the 2 billboards. What else are you talking?
The social media posts that have been stipulated as, and this one that was appendix B to the complaint. She was Bedonie posted on her social media, which again, all of them contain the hateful white practice.
For those, she posted the billboards or other,
She posted the graph on the and
the same graphic was used 27 times. So
no, not the same graph. Each graphic had different,
the different pictures of the campaign.
each one had a different slogan. That one said farmers, one said they're different advertisements. They're all based on the same template. They're all different advertisements, which you posted in social media. Yeah, I'm not trying to say that each one of these social media posts needs to do that with maximum penalty. But, you know, I've instructed in order that on some judgment, will believe that application for cash backers does facilitate a favor of a substantial. I believe, you know, first and foremost, that these are the three points. One, the
We're gonna have a separate hearing and then just. No. I mean, we have to sleep on it. Decision, you're gonna tell me hearing.
Judge, I read your order saying this year would be both live and
I know I said that. Decide if there was a violation, how many violations that. Yeah, want to address it now. I guess you can. But decide whether we need a separate hearing. Two hearings.
Judge, I'll address the progress factors, with the understanding that we are, as yet, upside down.
I have made that finding with respect to your second motion for summary judgment, so it's relevant to that. Make a decision here today, so how many violations?
Well, I think, my presentation doesn't really around number of violations, broadly speaking, violations can be, that we've got to be grouped into two categories. One is the failure to report excessive expenditures. Two is the use of disclaimers and getting stated in equal by practice. That's the two issues. And you know, I would note that Ms. Bedonie, the video that was submitted in 37, this video advertisement contained a graphic that's almost identical to all of the social media outlets we saw. But the main difference is a paid by here. Paid by here. The video demonstrates that this is not negligent conduct. She wasn't aware of the state of environment. It shows that she was aware of the state of environment. Wanted to use misleading disclaimer for an advertisement she created that she anticipated would be distributed by her funds.
Or a 14-year-old daughter will go to smart. It's just going around.
Well, they switched because this does prove that they're switching whoever was designing. I think on that day, there are the case for penalty is strongest. Ms. Bedonie said in her written response to the complaint on some of the commission's docket that she found out about the billboard in Jules County. She found out on all the in our one. Pictures of Facebook. In other files, she says that it could very well be the complaint who is operating the meeting practice next to in order to bring in the respond. Private versus investment for anyone. The accusations against the farm and girls. And she says that she didn't coordinate any progressive stores regarding shapes. We went over the interrogatory answer. Whereas Ms. Bedonie was asked again, put the billboard out. Says she can't, she don't know who she doesn't know who did it. She's also converted to too. And she said that it was only on September 7th, well after you see her, we should share it.
Well, I'm thinking about that. When you see me say, when I was asking the question, that you didn't produce most of these texts and emails we've been talking about here. There's somebody else that provided her question about exhibit 23. Is the notice of submission of text message during hearing. Council. Funds. And major agencies, are these separate emails, it's just between Bedonie and her attorney?
Yes, Judge, and this was in relation to street of work. And we got a stipulation from the seconds that we did it admitted, but no, these are not text messages between yes.
So. Correct, and she did not produce any text messages, emails, response to your request for permission.
And Judge, and that after her deposition, I was like, oh, my, put through the email Dave Raver. She found an email according to her attorney. She found it and there's it's. So, again, she says, I don't know if you're going wrong. You just try to but this is September. It's after she said she found out. That's the next. I asked her for the written communications with emergency case and over after she says, I don't know. I just see that information was asked her. And this was not a momentary lapse, Judge. If you go, the subpoena was served later after her deposition. It was a production of these communications. And in her response to the subpoena, this response says that her client continued to not have any communications. Yes, Judge. Turning next to the this next factor, injury to the public. We heard testimony from Mr. Gray, 1,000 motorists see signs every day. And he said these signs were erected in first one in early June, next one in early July, and they were alongside of the road until the election. So there's safe to live there. Hundreds of thousands of people observe these advertisements while they're driving freeway. And I think it's there are there's some folks who know how to go to the Secretary of State's website and pull the reports of contributions and find them who would have funded in the studies or provide information. I think that's not how most people assess how they're trying to influence their funds. Most people just look at the ad and they give an ad and the requirement of disclaimer provides them the information about who's funding the ad.
Well, let me ask you a question. We have difficulty in photographs. It was seeing this display. Practical matter, does it make any difference? Monitors going by can't see the display.
Well,
I know there's still a requirement.
to respond to, I think the disclaimer is A4 by 5 disclaimer is 11 is small. It is 11. And second, 26.4 B. So I didn't put that on the slide, says that unless it's totally practical, sky or water, the disclaimer needs to be legible. So that can be a separate violation. The core issue though is that it just doesn't say they paid for it and approved it yet. Even if it were legible, even if that issue that says before what kind of person's paid, not intelligence paid. And as the the Ninth Circuit and Fergus said, you can essentially zoom public art based on the number of viewers you see in advertisements, misled as to who's behind the advertisement. Ability to pay judge, this was covered briefly in summary judgment, but I would just highlight this. And I guess it can be sort of further litigation that they have on hearing on this, but Ms. Bedonie texted CMS after the complaint was filed, so that worst that could happen to this file. Further, she paid $2,100 more for not complying with the more implications. Judge Johnson, I think there's evidence that she can satisfy civil penalty that civil penalty was in the file, which is her to be it to start the case on it. And that's the last point I'll make. There's a specific deterrence issue. I won't cover that here. It's just to the extent of the blind violation here. I think that Ms. Bedonie has testified that she had any rules problem buying Mr. Site boards. Further, and this is probably the more important factor, is getting deterrent on capacity. There is, it is now well accepted at the federal level. Now it's probably going to the next level soon. Candidates are going to do waypoint nudge with advertisements they want to get. Okay, and candidate posts a video purpose or ad to the public on their website, and they'll say, "Here's the video. Do with it when you will," and sophisticated actors are taking it in. It's important that the line least and truly expenditure important expenditure, so that the contribution limits can be enforced, and so that the public is provided with information when it is to prove that. And then finally, I think that I want to come back here and say, the reason that we're at a hearing is not because these billboards shouldn't happen, that it was a problem for them to go into. That's not the reason we're here is because the plaintiff's file, I asked for basic information about it. Did you have communications with the people who were involved in producing the photos? And the answer was no, there aren't. I didn't have them. And it wasn't until subpoenas were served on Steve Ness and Dave Rabel that the truth of the communications came out. And so this was not a situation like in some of the other federal cases, you know, okay, there's a reasonable disagreement about the law, and it says, okay, we have communications with the payroll, but those don't last organizations. They're going to get to where they dispute that. That's not what happened. What happened in the case was I don't know who my first could be the complainant. I don't know who could be it. And because significant litigation, then you had to go to Judge Hunter and tell disclosure of communications to show, so and
He's never, Judge Hunter did not produce it.
no, it's the well, we went to Judge Hunter because the submissions were, we found through third parties that were communications, and so we wanted to know who was responsible for omitting disclosures. It was Bedonie, it was a response, and I think technically we covered with Mr. Bedonie, just contacting Mr. Bedonie to get any who was involved for it. The response was no, nothing to do with it. That shows that I think Mr. Bedonie who was used to the process and finds the need to deter future incidents.
I assume you would say ignorance, or my candidate was too busy, or we just can't find out the stuff.
Well, Judge, they had an opportunity to produce evidence. We didn't ask them for all inquiries they received from the public. And you heard testimony from Mr. Bedonie that she received on average 30 inquiries every day. That's the testimony. Was there any proof of that on the record? Is there any proof that she was receiving so many communications that it possible being done through the conclusions of college students?
For testimony evidence.
For testimony is evidence, but for her other testimony, she at least believe it's better than most. So credit and you have to pertain to credit. And it would certainly be, I would ask you to think, okay, her defense is, well, this is just a house mistake. I could have, should have looked a little harder, didn't, and there was so much inbox. I mean, that's why, like, record, we got Ms. Hans's email where she says, the email's been deleted, there's no error. It's because they've been deleted. And we still don't have text messages from what's produced. And we don't have any other documents in the record, and Wisconsin hasn't come forward with them, said that it's support right cooperation. She was so busy and so slight, she couldn't possibly.
Did Ms. Bedonie, attorney say in response to the discovery request that sorry, we deleted these emails, text messages, and we don't have anything?
Judge, I would direct you to. I think the most definitive answer we got from that is in Exhibit 36, it's out of this email server. And that's the,
So you did 15.
yes, and she states in that response that both Ms. Mavis and Mr. Dunn have set up their emails automatically to delete. So they don't have any emails to person because it's not they deleted them manually, automatically. Keep in mind, this is not too long after the billboard. Billboard's not in June fall. We're in November. The complaint is filed in June. They were on notice of the complaint alleging before the income changes in June. And so the
Did you ever learn the response for this claim they request that they not delete emails? Text messages?
you're on the notification that is provided to respondents on the bottom should says please preserve. So I can't speak to it's on the document in this case. You can pull up the initial notification and see whether it's in the practice of the agency is to include such a statement in the notification. Okay. So Judge, I would make my presentation on the plan. I understand that we're treating two separate days, but
Well, as you were speaking, I was rethinking, I think I was right the first.
I think it would be better. I think, Judge, from my perspective, it's the precedent of police knowing coordinated and expenditures that's important here. I will admit it's a $5,000 expenditure. It's not a huge expenditure at grand scope. What it expenditures is nice. It's presidential dollar and that is, but there's been an immense amount of agency resources used as a result of the staging and construction and the substantive which I think in addition to the presidential value suggests position.
Before you sit down. Is it appropriate for you to submit evidence, which you did without objection? We need to consider that can't be. Now, except you offered some, because traditionally, obviously, settlement discussions are not most of settlement trial in case because they settle things. This Bedonie has the right, hearing if she wants to.
And Judge, you're correct that the settlement offer would not be admissible or rejection thereof would not be admissible to prove liability. That's generally what people law made from. You'd be free to consider that in deciding what so I don't think this because from my perspective, the important thing is it's not the now, it's the testimony that's the easy way out. Right? Me paying a minor fine is the easy way out, and I'm writing this, so.
And so I'm sure some of your officers from your submissions in this case, mentioned. But I identified there were certain things in it that she didn't feel comfortable admitting to. Maybe some development, certain things she didn't find.
Well, Judge, I think that the offer in broad terms, is that she had that the expenditure finance before the. And then she had that the 845 person in New Mexico, Spain, rather than buying it. Spain, it's actually more things. I also included the alleged violations concerning the fundraiser that also been 11. And that all amounts to, my, reduce the amount, we'll get reviews again, sure, reducing the office 6,000, that was all.
So basically, we're asking her to minimize really provide and its purpose, you're just asking for. Say she should report these things.
And she could have not had a state discrimination. But I mean, it would have amounted to an additional liability because she's confessed with the claim and said, these are not coordinated expenditures.
That's why I have
But
a question. I guess not, as you said, issue of liability.
yes, Judge, I think that the amount of damages, could be varied based on the good or bad of the parties. I think that the initial position of the parties in this case was, there's no coordination because there's no, that was the defense response. And then you have to understand that the context in which the settlement offer was made was, okay, there's likely probable cause to find the violation of the coordinated expenditure, as I have not seen the communications through your campaign, Steve Nance, and David Rabel, that is enough to satisfy a probable cause standard to take this to a hearing. And so the no longer tenable happened to say, well, there are no communications, and that's what's been asking about this case going forward. And there continued view that there were no communications, never provided the images to build. Bedonie saw the email correspondence from her email address, which she testified as James forwarding to David Ravens with the image match. And she testified here today that she did not, that her campaign did not apply to it. So that continues to be looked at, I think it's fine, that is relevant. That is not so, that is relevant to apply. Right.
I think about that one of the this going noise community product, which I was telling you. If we look at, I have asked him previously why haven't you, pursued business and private persons in the next place, so against them. If you look on the campaign, it's respondents as careful when you put the next door private persons in the next one. So it seems as if your own laser focus on my part and, you know, have talked to Mr. Ness, who has, stated his position, and he got the image from Karen's campaign, Bristol, when it was provided to him about common Google brand, resizing, wasn't redesigned, was resized, and then this testified that we tried not to restore them, try to make them individually, so we were following them, gave them images, and he did not create this images, and the testimony has been that she did not. She didn't create, they changed her in that form, and she posted them as she felt very well done, and she posted them to show gratitude, she said. So, and if I were to do some private, I can't, or not private Facebook, not campaign Facebook. And all the things that Mr. Kokinadis says, he somehow had to go private Facebook environment, but, so it is possible to produce them, you know, and, no one's looking at a private person's in Mexico, they're posting that every day. That he is running Brady, this guy named Philip Clark, and his mother. All the people, but he can't remember who the farm, right, and I would suggest, Ron, that he didn't want to put his name on it. He did this, and he didn't want to put his name on it, because we'd seen guns pulled on my cops not too long before that. At the convention, and he didn't want people to know that he was supporting the religion, and that's why he did his name, or didn't donate. Now, if he had come to this Bedonie and said, I want to go with us to a local there, she would have, as she testified, they required that we go to the proper channels and do the proper things. But legally, he has a separate duty to report. It was his duty to report, not hers. But now the that okay, so this is the first thing. There was a magnet for respondent listed as private persons in New Mexico, but nothing has been pursued against them. Ms. Bedonie testified that she received those listed private persons in the United States, but she didn't think much of it because these were just images she didn't repost and she did not create them. And in fact, Chris Mayers said, Crystal Sawyer, Sasha Mayers, said that in your text message, if y'all need to put a disclaimer in there, we can do that. Meaning that part is a replaceable part. And the second thing is Mr. Ness testified he was okay with it being private versus in New Mexico. He thought that was okay. He didn't specifically remember asking for that, but he said that seemed to be okay with him. So and so then we look at the Article 1 or Chapter 1 of the 1965 and definition of coordinated expenditure. And I heard Ron say, where are these definitions to basically investigation parameters in which to judge this case. And we have the definition of coordinated expenditure. We don't have definitions for what constitutes consultation, what constitutes working in concert with, or in cooperation. We know that it wasn't the request for suggestion of this way, and Mr. Ness submitted that. He came up about if he wanted to support Mr. Devlin doing his staff and upgrade for him to do that. And that's when they contacted him and asked for this. That they could use. And so they were provided images, just like many other people provided images. Now, these images on her private Facebook page, she posted and she later uploaded them to Canada. It's not just where you design, Canada is where you can just upload it. She uploaded them as they were, and that's and you can see in that little. And he chose the image, he chose where it was going to be, he chose the size it was going to be, it had to be resized, he chose to pay for it. And it's very interesting that he's contacting Mr. Grateful about the second, asking about the second billboard on I-25. And yet he's saying, well, no, Philip Clark will do that. Well, why did Philip Clark call? I think these are all sort of fronts for layers to keep Ness protected from what I believe, because he was afraid, since the convention, he was afraid of what the Republicans might, or some Republicans might be there. They need to support Karen Bedonie. And, so then, I don't think there's anything here where she saying, wow, that's amazing. Does that give you person, does that mean, and I don't think the approval comes after, I think the approval needs to come forward. I don't think there's any approval of the design, Mr. Rabel, all that we have is there's one, transcription of voice lessons, which my client says she has no knowledge of. And doing, and there's an version from this long phone number that, and again, it was only about the design. And we submitted that just providing an image and then resizing the image that the person wants and sending it off to them without this testified. She didn't like that billboard. She wouldn't have picked that billboard if she was doing it. She would have put that picture, put that behind. And on her website, there's two different things. For images she posted up where they came, but then more than images. I believe there were 3 images she had on her website did indicate she had a prior condition, and she testified in that position. That's because she didn't want using the images to be careful about this. That's also depicted traditional things that she felt were pretty much sacred to her pride. And so we're not going to let those out without evaluating and giving permission to the others, because people, this was a grassroots campaign. And people were creating and posting things and Mr. Morgan seems to indicate that, or seems to intimate that, oh, Mr. Bedonie must have done it this way because she wanted to act like it was a grassroots campaign. No, Ms. Bedonie put 2 billboards up in Albuquerque, and she put them up with her, she reported that she put them up, and she decided exactly what she wanted on them. If she would have been coordinating with Mr. Ness, there would have been some input more than just providing images. And so, we don't believe that just giving the images out is, and resizing the image is, coordination or cooperation. And this is the problem, is you don't have, and as I was saying before, these terms just here is very broad, but there must be a limit as to what constitutes cooperation. What's the definition of that? And what consultation and consultation and they what actually constitutes that, and you need to make sure that just providing an image and nothing more does not. When he's talking about incidents and he, I guess, and the expenditures, she was supposed to report the expenditures Mr. Ness had, but Mr. Ness paid for this on his own, the contract is between him and Rabel. Michael had no access to any numbers that were spent on that. In fact, I don't know that they knew. It's hard to determine since there's been testimony that they thought there was doing campus or billboard up on private property that they knew exactly what they were going to, how they were going to appear, where they were going to appear. And she had no knowledge of what was paid. In fact, there was no money paid by her to, there was no, it seemed to be the Ness just took it upon themselves, they're going to make a billboard, they wanted images, and they didn't pay for it, we didn't put them on. In fact, Mr. Rabel and Mr. Ness testified that the choice of where to put it was not Ms. Bedonie's or Ms. Mabel's soldier. It was that that's the space of where they. And when you say wow, when she sees it after it's he sends you the picture of it, And she says, wow, that's amazing. You can interpret that a lot of it's not. Wow isn't necessarily good. It could also mean wow, when we expect the next one on. And that's amazing. Amazing doesn't say whether it's good or bad, it just says it's amazing. Because she has testified that she didn't like the picture, and she wouldn't have made that kind of logo had she cooperated with someone who made it. Mr. Ness made all the decisions on this billboard. He made the decision of what design to use and where to put it and how it was going to be and who was going to pay for it. So we're saying that we don't believe that constitutes, that goes, that my clients provide them with this decided sizing and interest to them. Now, there's much complaint about communications and where they provide, not try to come. The testimony of this lady Sawyer is that she was in a very fun relationship, which she hid from everyone, and that her husband broke her laptop and broke her phone. And the what answered email I sent, once I found out email that I sent to Mr. Boyd, stating that Miss Davis had said that she was, because I'm like, Miss Davis, where's, you have any communications? Well, no, I don't have anything. And then I found out the reason I didn't have anything was because Miss Davis had deleted everything she did. And then Miss Bedonie had an email system that you had to do emails in order to get emails. And in fact, that was the part that I informed Miss Bedonie that I thought she would be in violation of. But that's not what's been alleged here, improper keeping of records. It's all these other things, and frankly, so they're not going after private persons in or town to find out where that money, we're bringing some about what was spent on the billboards, which, and this was in the other hearing when we had what Ms. Randall says, I was making light of the loan being under $10,000 for that. And I wasn't making money of it. The point I was trying to make was that if Ms. Bedonie wanted to put up billboards herself, which she ultimately did later on in Albuquerque, I mean, Fordham, where there are lots and lots of traffic, that she paid for it herself. And isn't this huge an expenditure? And Mr. Boyd has already pointed out she was, there was at least $70,000 that she had received, and she could have used that on the billboard if she wanted to, if she knew that if Mr. Ness had come to her and wanted to. But I submitted, Your Honor, that Mr. Ness didn't want to have his name. And now it's coming back and he's saying, that well, he got images from her and that Crystal said this, but basically the gist of his testimony here today was that he said, I put it up myself and I paid for it. And my brother was just far helped. And then the mother testifies another paying for it. And then you see on invoices that are in the evidence already. And then, Mr. Boyd says that, well, Mr. Ness was just, he's just a lowly bean farmer with a high school education. So he couldn't possibly know what he was supposed to do. But then turns right around and says, well, now that the was on the reservation, she should have known too. And it's just, to me, it's very disingenuous that and this is going to testify that she tried to comply with the finance law, and that she can call us, they can call us at your state's office, that you better want to support that. But she didn't believe this was a coordinated expenditure to begin with. And, so this, she didn't, commit a violation, but, as far as sort of injury to the public, I agree that writing is very small and it's in a color that is not, does not stand out. And how, I don't know for how, probably this in there, she was on the ballot. She, libertarians are part of the state, so it's not like, it's not really, and then the part where, much as the name of this, and the part where she says, I can just get a fine, my council's preparing a response now, and the government can find what I told her, and what has been told they know to, as expensive, that, the reason she said that was because I told her, from what I could see, the only thing I thought she violated was keeping her emails and correspondence correctly, and that she could probably been fined for that. We're just starting into this. We just received a complaint, and we're starting to look at it and be able to respond to it. As far as the non-production of items on the request for production, problem we got into is that Miss Bedonie tried to go back to Verizon to get what was on her old print, and they told her that it was not, she was not able to do it. So she could not produce anything that was on their old printer. Then in looking at the emails and such, I asked her to run it again with, excuse me, with those email addresses and see what she could pull up. And she pulled up something from Gable. She pulled up one thing. And we believe that's because, the other thing's not. And not that I know that that was because Mr. Rabel was not going to produce any of our conversations, really, except the ones the ones that really there's a little change. It just goes to providing the again, just an extension of what the providers are asked. They're providing images, and then they help to resize the image. We don't believe that what she did, what we can do, constitutes a violation, because we believe that every candidate is always, candidates provide imagery. Some of it, they produce it themselves, and it's out there in the public. This was on a private Facebook page. Yes, it was uploaded to Canva, and when images were given, Ms. Mavis says, when you check, we could put your disclaimer on it. So we submit that those private persons in New Mexico, that's in place for Iran. Plus, she didn't put that on there, they came to her like that. Should Ms. Mavis and my client and Ms. Dunn have been more diligent in preserving their correspondence, and all correspondence, not just emails or but everything, yes, they should have been. But that doesn't mean that they coordinated an expenditure for this. We believe that Mr. Rabel, not Mr. Rabel, Mr. Ness created it, he put it up, and he should have reported it. But as the testimony comes out, Mr. Ness is very anti-government, and he thinks that he shouldn't be able to do what he wants in those regards. And so whether, probably he didn't know that he was supposed to report it, but he didn't report it, and as of this date, he has not reported it, and we can pretty sure he told it. And but like this, And we don't believe that the settlement questions are really appropriate, but we're trying to, in this sense of honesty, my client was attempting to explain. And, yes, she was asked to live locally, and she said, I can't believe it. I don't believe it. And people like Mr. Boyd the right to punish her for exercising her right to not hearing, which I don't believe is, and I'm sorry to think about. You know, now they're alleging they were 27 violations or whatever, but this is a shakedown round. I'm sorry, but if like didn't take our settlement, so now we really got shit. And that was the implied threat also in the settlement letter itself, was if you don't take this, I'm going to slam you. It's, to me, it's disgraceful. I really. And when you begin my person.
You have anything else that you'd like to say with respect to these factors set forth in the Federal Election Commission versus for specifically number one, good or bad faith is Bedonie, the injury to the public, number two, sensibility pain, number three, necessity of vindicating the authority of the public agency in this instance.
You see, the first one on the good bad faith was Bedonie. I don't think that since Ms. Bedonie didn't put it up, didn't pay for it, didn't didn't. I don't think that she was acting in bad faith or not important. I don't think she, if Your Honor finds if it wasn't the expenditure, I don't think she realized how. I think she's maliciously proceeding to pretend that she had more grassroots support than she did. That doesn't make sense to me.
Conduct something in the value of the life.
Well, we received we received information we did not. As Mr. Gibbons testified, she contacted lots and lots of, she talked to lots and lots of people, she wrote around lots and lots of people. She, at the time, she has testified that she did not have Mr. Meston as a contact. She would only have a phone number, but then she lost the information that was in that one phone, and she was trying to get it back. And so we couldn't produce those. So she looked and she says, why I don't have it. Now, it wasn't a request for, did you have any communications that no longer exist? And she's testified, she dealt with that she gave out, she had 30 requests a day to give out images without, probably Canva. And so he wasn't the only person, and so she didn't isolate him immediately. As she couldn't isolate his communications, and by that time, she didn't have his communications. And we got rid of none after the complaint was filed, but they had already, Ms. Mavis was deleting contemporaneously, and my client was deleting as she was giving everything else. So, she did not have those, and as I say, the text message information was lost by the time we were asked for it. It was already gone. But I think, and she explained it, she did not really, in the context in which it was asked, if she knew him, that she said she felt she didn't know. But again, that would be a cross-cultural thing that we're dealing with here. And then the third.
Let's go to number two first.
Okay.
Injury to the public.
as I say, she was a major part of the community, listed on the ballot first. Everyone's aware she's running. I don't know how injured the public. Mr. Ness, he put up a bill that he showed, but he didn't, and that's on his position.
I mean,
So we don't need to
agree,
be public.
we agree that defense ability to pay.
Well, my client is basically a housewife, there's a fund that helps her husband in his phone business, and as the court seen on her expenditure, she raised a little bit of money, but she didn't raise a whole lot compared to the other, certainly compared to the millions the other candidates raised. And she doesn't really have the ability to pay for the time.
Number 4, associated with indicating the authority. Possibly,
I'm sorry,
indicating why we have a the reporting act, finance, and why we have these things.
yes, but I'm sorry, what is? I'm not sure the question.
Cognizant of this employee's position. One of the purposes of this action is to protect the public is paying for these advertisements, who's supporting the candidate.
Well, I agree that these campaign laws now, but there has to be laws regarding that. You just don't believe that this is an example of government or money coming in, that there's some sort of confusion. We keep a lot of instances. And, but you believe that the campaign reporting act is there for a particular purpose. I don't think anyone believes that Mr. Ness had expressed he was supposed to report. My client didn't know how much, you know, who paid the billboard, what happened, she just, Ness wanted to put one up. And so she didn't realize she had to do the report. I mean, she's reported, she reported everything.
Anything else?
That is, now they're alleging 27 violations for information that a placeholder basically stated who was anybody's disclaimer. And, or what she posted on her private Facebook page, they want to, go after her for that. And, we don't believe that she, you know, she reposts something that was sent to her. And for that, she didn't create it, but for that, they went to penalize. Because she posted something that these young people had learned, different than just me. And so I don't believe that some second violations would be appropriate. You know, I mean, we don't think that she hadn't report, so we are saying that we has to find and she did not violate we submit that if this found that she did it, she was innocent violation, she was not trying to popular darken any various reasons. It's simply that based on plain reading of the code, I don't think she would violate it. As I say, these words console console things are defined. Originality is just any communication between candidate, giving them images, so, you know, giving our doing responsibility versus, you know, some concerted effort to engage in conduct nefariously, so.
All right. Good. All right. Asking about you. mentioned. Going to plan. Email, text message. Relation. Being used so that we're keeping, keeping. Text messages.
Yeah, yes, well, text messages, I think are a different thing, but the text messages got lost for two reasons. Miss Mavis got lost because her husband. Broken. As well as her laptop. The second, Miss Bedonie, when we were searching for these, she went to Verizon to try to recover the data. And they said nothing was recovered. Because I told her we need to, comb through their correspondence and see what we had happened, Mr. Ness, or Mr. Grable, or the Taylor Brand, and that's what, but the emails, there were very few emails. I provided I provided my emails to, in between Miss Mavis and myself and Miss Bedonie and myself, there was, I'm not for very good.
Yes. You. I mean. Providing proof of person regarding. Documents. So, so I don't know when. Send out, you can also, the person writing for this. Those sent out to responses. Person. I'm assuming that both. First election. September 2022, and there was her response, and he asked me to interact with her response. She basically says, I don't know who these people are, and documents, right?
Well, I think it just because there were so many people making banners until Mr. Ness came forward, we weren't sure.
In the original responses, you said, we don't know who these people are, we don't have any documents, right?
Yes, and
Did you ever supplement your responses?
we did when she found the one email, we did give that to Mr. We did provide that to Mr.
Reason I'm curious about this, supposedly not having explanation. Yep, was. March 24th, 2023. Used something called notice submission text messages being granted on council visit the day was Esquire. And attached to that are communications beginning February 9th, 2022. Ending. By 2023, literally hundreds of emails and text messages.
Well, there's not emails, there are many text messages, and those are between myself and what I was instructed by the other.
I understand. My question is, if he was able to find text messages between you, her, why couldn't she find text messages between Rayroll, Graham, or Mr. Ness?
She didn't produce those on. I copied them off the work phone. She didn't copy them off the work phone. I copied them. I don't know yet.
You answer my question.
Okay.
Where they came from.
Okay.
Anything else? That I can recall?
Yes, Judge, very briefly. So to track back to, I want to come, one. uh, The response tries to explain away the remarks that Mr. Governor makes in Texas. Steve asked, which she says the worst thing that can happen to me is okay. Those text messages were exchanged. Finally, were exchanged on July 3rd. That is before she responds to any question, 2 months before. The certificate of service on that said, my recollection is that the request is not conservative. So I don't think it's fair to read her remarks, per se, to see that's the worst thing that can happen. It's fine as addressing this whoopsie, I failed to maintain records. That's the concern. It wasn't the court. She's sending him banner advertisements that got the complainant is taking issue and laughing. They make the complainant angry, like good and well, Sam DJs is move on. But even on their theory that even for you take this concept of word and say, yeah, okay, this was about the failure to so she's conscious of that's an issue on July 30th of 2022, right? And the response 2 months in September, 2 months later, is I don't have any. I don't know this guy. So I mean that thing is, I mean either way you look at, either way you interpret that or I think it's indicative of bad faith, and you know she doesn't want to. What they finally relied on at this hearing, it's not a coordinated expenditure for our campaign to just provide images. That could have been litigated. I don't know. I don't think that's what happened. I don't think it's just we put the images out there and ran more coordination. That would have been the position at the outset of this case. That could have been litigated and decided. Whether that's not coordinated. I believe it does. And that brings us to the second one. You know, Ms. Hans says that she leveled the chart of disingenuous. She said that I would be disingenuous by going after her client and not going after Steve Dennis. And I don't think that it's all disingenuous. I think that they continue to maintain that there's this mythical entity known as the private persons in New Mexico that needs to be investigated and discovered and be forced to file an expenditure report. That's their view. But we now know who it is. It's Steve Hess and some of his buddies giving him cash and checks. And he turns around and says, "I'll put up the report. You help me put up the bill." Or testifies in the face hearing that he needed his help to put up the bill. So that's what happened. He paid for the billboard. They provided the design. So the reason that it's appropriate for the obligation to report, again, this is not a case about these billboards are related. There's no issue here about the billboards themselves. The issue is who reports Steve Ness's expenditure. And tracking to the first, but the second summary judgment motion, you found that it was Karen Bedonie's obligation to report the checks that were being handed to her campaign or handed to the event plan. That's contributions to her campaign. The public has right to know which contributed to her, whether it's directly or in the form of a in-kind contribution. And it's her duty as a candidate to report that. It's not the duty of the random individual who shows up at this fundraiser who hand her a check to then call the Secretary of State and say, "Hey, do I need to report this?" It's an independent secretary. It's not how the system puts the primary of the candidate. And it draws a very, it's just lines. She can be fine distinction in some cases, but not in this case, between expenditures that are coordinated with the candidate knows about, and therefore it's required. and truly independent expenditures that the candidate cannot be charged at all. Because it's happening fully outside of the candidate's all your influence. Now, the last point I want to cover here is that is Ms. Bedonie as she mixed throughout, she did not report any expenditures. She does not think she's ever confused. But if you take that approach and say that it was not her duties necessarily, it's going to be chaos for administration. If folks are not going to know, number one, primary, there's people who want to do contributions. The candidate's not going to know who has to make a report. And then the Secretary of State Ethics Commission are not going to know, it's going to be double liability. To have different answers based on hyper fine distinctions on facts.
Now, we can understand that. Did Mr. Ness have an obligation to report anything to anybody?
Judge, if you find that Steve Ness was making independent expenditure, that he was not coordinating with the county, and you know, I've gone over why there's ample evidence of coordination. If you find that it was not coordinated, yes, he was under a duty to register with the Secretary of State and file a report.
There's a certain amount.
The amount is $3,000, and that's under section 119.7. And so that's the issue here is it's not a question of who can go after Steve Ness or Kennedy Dunn and selective prosecution. It's not at all. It's who is under the duty to report. And given the evidence of coordination, it's quite clear that the candidates. So, well, one more thing on the Secretary of State. When the complaint gets filed alleging violation, it goes to the Secretary of State first. There's 35 days for the Secretary of State to get a response, allow reports, and declare voluntary compliance. That did not happen. He was referred, went to the Secretary of State. There was an opportunity to respond. Ms. Bedonie did not say, "Oh, what do you report these?" She didn't ask the Capitol Council. Those records were submitted. She did not. There's no inquiry in those records where she asked for the consultants. Hey, I need to report these billboards. There's no record of inquiry from the Secretary of State about it. And she didn't report any of Mr. Ness's expenditures, even when she didn't acknowledge that he voluntarily used it. So the case came back to us, and my office is investigating it at this time. Okay, what is there a violation? Is there probable cause for a violation? And given the evidence produced by Mr. Ness of direct communications with Crystal Mays, also communications with Penn, and the completion of a trial involving the owner of the billboard who placed the building, and Mr. Ness. Just ample evidence of communications that all the problems. There's ample evidence of coordination, consultation. Constant, and I think your question earlier about they're not in that in these terms. It's at some point the statute is reduced. You have to just apply it to the term like the issues and decide.
That's what. So, there is no definition, so we use it. Customer usage of food.
And I think the question we're revealing during this Bedonie representation, she was asked, hey, is there any way in which, your treasurer was telling Mr. Ness, billboard on I-25 would be great. Is that right as consultation? I think for any reasonable interpretation of the word, Mr. Ness may start consulting about billboards. And she necessarily was to say no. Because her position is that there's no world which I would have to report Mr. Ness's expenditure. So I think those are all the ones.
First, sit down and mayor. Yeah. Ask you to do this, but we didn't want to take an opportunity to address those fundraisers because the question I have is how many violations are in budget for that circumstance?
Well, Judge, I believe that there were I'm not going to address this, I can address this in any proposed findings. There were, I would say that each unreported expenditure to the event thing was a violation.
Changed them out to pay for the venue and the food and two singers, almost separate events.
Well, so the checks that went to the event paid for the venue itself, each one of those checks, to the extent they came from a different person, be reported as a separate contribution to the event. Then there is the in-kind contribution, on these waters and that, Mr. Carter testified to.
Two categories, possibly many violations.
Yes, and judge ultimately, it's, you have discretion to vary, the penalty, the wide discretion needs to be there. And so I don't think it should be key to strictly numerical, okay, here, this is the checks, because we've seen from facts, is essentially, a lot of people handing over checks, and some don't, and some not. Because that violation appears to have. And in fairness, that violation happened in September of 2021. And it's early, much earlier than one made. And, you know, I think if there's incredible case, if this is okay, there's a managing issue. We'd like to pay the venue, we just didn't check, so it's been. I think that's, you know, if there's any argument about the negligent good faith violation, it's that, it's not what we saw subsequent to the filing of the just obstruction, continuing to stay.
Just don't see when I address the photos fundraiser or.
Well, yes, and then, now they're alleging every check that was written for table, she's got a violation when Mr. Carter testified between his mother, the ones who provided that money and actually did that. There's other than second one of parents who wanted her to, and I understand you're always a little on that, but, she never contracted with someone, she had nothing to do with the singers, but yeah, it's been mentioned. The tables, everything was paid for by Mr. Carter. And then he wrote a check to her as a donation to her campaign. Or overage, and that was the problem when that was reported. My client reported everything she thought she was supposed to report. Mr. Carter testified that he, and my client said to Crystal, that in the depositions that, Mr. Carter was going to contact them, and what was happening is that on one of Karen's suite. And I guess Karen's misfortune was, she said yes. And so, then she specifically asked Mr. Carter if she fundraise, and he said yes. So she had that Crystal there table, taking donations specifically for her. But she had otherwise, this is one testimony that Mr. Carter, I think on his probably I possibly got close to a drink, but you know, he was stating that he wanted to support Karen and he looked at it, you know, he was like a fundraising for her, but never be bothered to tell her this, that he's for them. It was not happening. And so we would say that, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but she was proceeding. She thought she was proceeding with good faith. She thought not okay. And here we are. And for that reason, I don't think that it was done that way. She wasn't again trying to hide. She reported everything she got as a donation and fundraiser for the she was allowed to fundraise. But then paid for the tables, paid for food, paid for the music. That was all handled by Mr. Carter and other there were other families, not just Mr. Carter, because I believe he brought this out in his deposition, that there were other families involved with sending this out also. But again, everyone is all these Republicans are very hesitant to say their names as to who was involved, because they're frankly afraid of litigation. Mr. Ness testified in terms of being very uncomfortable, that the gun was brandished, because the president was supported for that. So we believe that there wasn't anything, and I'm not sure what all the public ones, but, that Ms. Dunn is trying to receive important campaign from the and, she, I'm sure Jan delivered that she didn't accept Mr. Carter's, speaking, but here she is, and so, we feel that's a violation, she shouldn't be penalized for each and every little thing that Mr. Carter did. If your honor found that she didn't pay for any kind of contribution of music, she had nothing to do with setting that up. But we don't believe that she should be piled on the, you know, 20, 30 violations. Based on something that wasn't very bad.
All right, anything else? Go ahead.
I assume you're gonna address the submission of those findings.
Yes, I'm gonna ask part word on taking a transfer. Then the delivery is 14 days. So 2 weeks from that. All right, so I assume you all, get the copy of the transcript before you submit your present plans back. So, assuming already 14 days out on staff and received it, we will submit your plan back.
I'm comfortable with 5 days, 7 days,
In church or so.
10 days.
Okay. Sean?
10 days would be fine.
All right, so 10 days after you receive the transcript of the hearing, please submit your question plans back. Solutions along there. Get a decision to you. All right,
If you don't-